They, for whatever reason, were huge on the medical bill I gave them to verify my, this is really loud. Why does it always feel so loud? Why is that so much quieter? I think it's like on full volume and kind of glitched when it first opens. I could be wrong, but it feels that way. They didn't really like the medical bill I gave them, but it was fine. But yeah, this like angry dude called me up for my photo, right? And I was just like, okay, cool, photo time. And so it's just like having me stand in front of the camera, and it's just taking forever and taking forever and taking forever. And eventually I get distracted by something else happening in the room, and I go, huh? And then the photo snaps in that moment. And then the guy gets like really mad. He's like, it turned out blurry. It wasn't clear because you moved. I was like, dude, you didn't tell me what I was waiting for or when it was gonna happen or anything. You just went, basically were like, stand there, photo. Like, of course I moved. I had no idea what I was waiting for. For all I knew, you were doing something on the computer still. I was waiting like a good, like, at least 30 seconds, just awkwardly standing there, like, smiling, but really not sure if the photo was about to be taken or not. It was like just a perfectly awkward amount of time. With no communication on what to expect or what was going on. That one's on me. I disagree. I disagree because they didn't really communicate. They just went stand here. I don't know. I expected better communication. And so then they got mad at me for moving, and I was like, okay, sure. Growlcore. Yeah. Anyway. So I ended up having to take a photo a second time. I didn't study at all for the test, because I had to take the written test. Again, because I changed states. Like, they don't have you do the, physical driving test again, because, like, you already passed it in the past if you have a driver's license from a different state, and, like, they're similar enough, and they are so many resources to do. But the, written test is just, like, a little online program they put you on. Like, a little online test thing on their computers, so it had me do that, and it was very easy. I guessed a couple questions wrong, but it didn't matter. And then when I was in the line to, like, get my paper, temporary ID thingy, because they give you a temp first. Oh my gosh, get up there! I did it a second ago! Come on, I know it's possible. Urgh. I literally did this like half a second ago. How am I unable to do it right now? How are the sides different at all? There we go. When I was in line to get my paper ID, sorry, I got distracted. There was this like really creepy old guy right behind me that was very obviously staring at my butt, and I didn't really know what to do about it, so I just did nothing and pretended not to notice. But maybe I should have called him out. I don't know. It was not comfy though. I did not appreciate it. Yeah, that problem here is self-service photo booth, and the photo are auto-per on the spot. You send them off with your driving license pad. Oh, see, yours is a form. Ours is you literally go in person and do the whole thing. Right. You can do it online to get it renewed, but to get that... Oh, so we could dig in, stiff your finger? Dude! Oh, nobody said the US government is efficient, Andy. No, no, no. They wouldn't do that. They would never be efficient. Who do you think we are? A government efficient? No. They don't do that. Goldie Chuck, so we were talking about my experience at the DMV yesterday because I got my California state driver's license sorted. Because I've been living here for like 2 years and I still hadn't like actually gotten ID that's like for California. My ID was still in my old state I grew up in, which like isn't necessarily an issue, but if I want a job here, a lot of jobs require a California state driver's license for whatever reason. And so you need that in order to get certain jobs. So I wanted to get that sorted sooner rather than later. Ah, nah, you're fine, Dragon. I mean, yes, I know it's my best feature, right? Like, I'm well aware, but please don't openly stare at it. I am oblivious. If I am noticing them staring there, they're pretty dang obvious. I am absolutely oblivious to the fact where, like, I've barely even caught Suwey. And I live with him. And I know he does. He's just sly. Staring at my butt. Right? Like, I can't even catch my own boyfriend, even though I am well aware he does. Yet I caught this, like, creepy old man. Yeah, the US is kind of weird in that way, Andy. 100%. I'm not saying it makes sense, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Dude, you know, I wanted everything to be above board, so. Did I finish the underside? I did. Did I do both the beams? Yeah, okay. Well, this thing is interesting. Let's take care of this. So, yeah. But yeah, that's how that went. I managed to pass the driver test first try though, which like I was kind of surprised because I didn't study it at all. Like, I never even looked at the material. Thing is, I already passed my old state one, like, years and years ago, so it's pretty much the same thing. More or less. So I guess it makes sense. It just kind of threw me off how easy it was, because I expected it to be way harder. You know? But yeah, I finally adulted and took care of that. Yesterday I finished my first knitting project in years. I posted it in my server under pics. if you guys want to look at it. It's just a pot holder. It's a square pot holder, but it does have a little like hole in it because it's two-sided, right? And you can put your hand in it, or you can hold it as just a square to get like better heat protection. The other ones I make will probably only be one-sided though, because like it seems like it's plenty to only do one. We were just worried that it wouldn't be. And if the ones that I make end up not being enough with just one, I can always make a second square that's the same size. It's very doable. You know? But yeah, now that I did that, I'm not going out of the house until, I have to go get my allergy shot on Friday because... I don't want to go till Friday.
If you go on Friday, it's gonna be the hottest day.
Oh, is it really gonna be that hot?
The hottest day of the week. It's gonna be like 109.
Oh, I'll go tomorrow then.
You might want to go tomorrow. It's supposed to be 113 on Saturday.
Also, one cozy kitty. Yeah, that's what Suwey woke up to this morning. He sent me that picture when I woke up. Just like your cat when I woke up. In that photo, the cat is cuddling me. And that blanket is me. Whoop. We're insane living in a desert. I mean, it's not that bad. It definitely seems like it'd be worse than it is. Because, like, everyone has AC everywhere. And you live and die by AC. That is all. Like,
Unless you can go swimming.
Yeah, I mean, if you can go swimming, that's good too. But I don't swim, so... Like, I can. But my skin issues just make it like a big pain in the butt to the point it's not worth it. You know? Because like if I go into a pool, then like I have to shower the second I get out or I'll have my skin break out. And it's just overall not fun. Anyway, do we want to do some hangman? Because I think we have a little space on the other side of this. Oh, 20 is freezing. And like, we're not gonna go outside when it's that hot. No, no, no. Don't you worry, we're not going outside in that heat. We have AC and we're gonna use it. So you scoot over just a little bit. That's too much. Alright, do we want to do some hangman? There is no Growcore. I'm not taking any of those as legit. That's throwing. Do I have any legitimate guesses over here? Or are we gonna go back to cleaning? A? There is no A. Ooh, what is that? Hello. O? There's no O. Sorry, you guessed the wrong vowels. There's no Y. There is an E. There's no D. There's a T. Just gonna clean over here while I wait. There's an N. There is an S. Can't reach any further. There is no V. A little confused on that one, but okay. I don't think that would fit in there, Growlcore. I know, I'm like, I don't see that one. Nope, it is not insert. Growlcore. It is insect. Alright, so there is more options today. So today, since you have one, you can choose a stream reader's code for a skin. You can choose to keep the Steam key you get at random. Or if you say someone else it goes to, by the time I finish reading the description, then it goes to them. Alright, I gotta actually get this stuff out. Hold on, I forgot to actually open it first. So give me a second here. Stream reader skin? Alright. I need to get to the email then. Hold on. Well, that's not what I wanted. Alright. So you activate this in Stream Raiders. There you go. Hey Dovahkeen, do you want to come up with a word, Goldie? For the next one? Alrighty, go ahead and whisper it to me or DM it to me on Discord. I hope you're doing well, Dovahkeen. And I was nice and productive today. Spent, my ankle's starting to feel better, so I was able to get some actual work done, like in terms of physical, like cleaning done. And then I worked on that one course, the project management course I've been in for a while. And then I made some good progress on the super secret project I'm working on for stream. Well, it's not for stream, it's going to be on Discord, but you guys will see if you're in my Discord server fairly soon. And then I did a few job applications. I also started another knitting project. Discord DM, got it, thanks. Ooh, I like that one. Okay. I'm gonna keep it open for a second here. Okay. This might be the only one on this map still. Okay. I am awaiting a letter gas for this one. There is an A. Multiple A's, actually, I think. There you go. I can totally do this in a faster fashion, but I'm waiting for word guesses. S? There's no S. That's the wrong way around. D? There is a D. N? There's no N. Dominic would be very angry to see the lack of N. Infuriating. I know, right? Super infuriating. I have phone notifications and I'm getting distracted. So, yeah. Speak hearing, I guess, to play Mercy of Skies, you're able to get her a code from a friend that was giving one away on One Direction game codes from bundle packs. Yeah. Oh. Hold on. I am make look better. Okay, go. I am currently also going through my emails a little bit, don't mind me. There we go. Nope. I don't even know that word. What is this? Pandemum? There's a... Oh, like as in a panda's mom. Okay. I was just like, what? Okay. We need more letter guesses, guys. Or word guesses, up to you guys on which one you want to do. Depends how confident you feel. Oh, P, my bad. I missed it. I don't know how, but I did. I mean, you guys have only guessed A, right? Personally, I'd be pretty surprised if there wasn't another vowel. It is cardamom! Yeah. So do you want, you have a bunch of options. You have Stream Raiders, Skin Key, and if you don't pick that, you gotta pick someone, either you will get a key or you can pick someone else in chat to get a key. And you'll have to do it by the time I finish reading off the description of whatever the game is. So, yeah, I'm just working on getting there right now. 53. And yeah, this is Stream Raiders right away if you want the Stream Raiders one. You don't get to find out what the game is first. Give Dragon a gift? Alrighty. Too popular. Oh, this one is free, but it is a DLC. Oh, it's a very cheap DLC. It's a $5 DLC to a free game. Okay. So this is Dagon by H.P. Lovecraft. This is the free version of the game is face unspeakable horrors, succumb to madness, welcome a free demonic narrative experience inspired by H.P. Lovecraft. And specifically, this is the Eldritch Box DLC. which I don't know what it does. It gives some extras. So, enjoy. Yeah, no, if you get the Stream Raiders skin though. Oop, that is not the button I wanted. You can only get that if you ask for it when winning one of these. You can't get it through being given a key in the thing. If that makes sense. That's not how we're doing it. I whispered you your Steam key. The skin code is the Rogue Summer skin. The Summer Rogue. Oh, it's not time right now. Remind me later, because we don't really have space for one on the rest of the map. Because it's really hard to get to the top of this area. I don't know how I'm gonna like reach that nicely and write on it. And then over there, there's really not space. Stand for whoever, then whenever. Yeah. Gotcha. Just make sure to remind me if I forget because, well, you know my memory. You know how good it is. I barely have my own social security number memorized, so... You will? Alrighty. Let's go ahead and see the battle here. I like it. I saw what it is. What is it, Dragon? I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember. It was a DLC to a free game. Earlier today you left reheated chili leftovers on the hob for over an hour? Oh wow. It's in the VOD if you want to go back a little bit. But I read it out and then move on, so... I don't know. It was a free narrative game, horror narrative game thing. You're lucky I remember that much. Alrighty. Look, I'm just trying to lower the size of my giveaway list. That's all I'm doing here. Currently, it's a little absurd. I want it to be less absurd. So that's what we're working on. There you go, Pandorific has it for ya. Dragon. Yeah, I think it was Eldritch Box, so it sounds right to me. Oh, the trim is its own thing. I see.
Why do bees have sticky hair? Because they use honeycomb's Ranger 7 lurk.
That's a bad joke. That's a bad joke, Suwey. What? Suwey Ranger?
What did I do? What did you do?
I don't know, I was bad with words. So this is an edge. How do what is missing on this? Bro! Yeah, anyway. Gotta keep cleaning. So what, did you see the joke Ranger posted in chat though?
No.
Oh, you're not in chat? Okay.
What is it?
It's so bad.
What is it?
It's a why do bees have sticky hair? Because they use honeycombs.
A good dad joke.
Yeah.
What's wrong with a good dad joke?
They make me cringe. Anyway, thank you, Ranger. 47. Oh, that's almost 4 years. Suwey, everyone's getting to like 4 years on my stream.
Hmm?
Everyone's getting to like 4 years on my stream.
They're doing what?
Getting to like 4 years of sub.
You're getting old.
Gosh, I have been streaming for almost 5 years now. How does that sound, Suwey? I've been streaming for almost 5 years. I am no longer one of the like new streamers in any way, shape, or form. Fractured flame. Boomer streamer, yeah. No, like I started streaming because I was like lonely at the start of college and I just wanted like some social interaction because like I was struggling to find friends and like all of my friends had gone off to college far away, but I was at community college, so like I don't know, people aren't as huge on looking for friends in community college. Like it's not prioritized among the people like it is in well, I assume it is in university typically. You know, you may well also ask why wash down the water facilities when they're purely legacy and not involved in the day-to-day operations. That is a very good question. Alright. You can buy skins for your gloves, suit, and the high-end washer. Skins? I don't get it. %, agree on community peeps keeping to themselves, unfortunately. Yeah, it's very much that way. Well, also the thing about community college, or like, even like, okay, so any of those like state colleges or universities as well, where people don't need to go off, like where it's like there's no dorms. Because I went to a state university with no dorms, and everyone was local, right? And nobody really cared about making friends there either. They were all very focused on doing their degree. Which, like, my tablet and go. Oh, skins! Like, cute stuff! Right! I forgot about that! Which one am I using right now? Prime Vista Pro. I like the pink. I also like the ornate. Flower power is really cute. I'll get all of them. How do I change the skin though? I know I've like customized my outfit. Hit E. Ah, but that doesn't do the power washer. It only does the outfit. How do I do the power washer? Oh, right here. Oh, that's not... Okay, so the one I bought wasn't for all of them. There you go. Because, like, I believe beyond that everything's bought. I don't have all of these, though. There we go. Now everything's bought. So I guess this one, we have gold, which I'm not huge on. Carbon, which is okay. Pacifist. I'm gonna keep flower power for this one. There we go. Now it's all cute. We're using a cute power washer. Thank you. I totally forgot that was a thing you can do. Andy. But yeah, I'm starting to like go down the deep end on crafts. I really want to like get into like doing knitting, like sewing, and maybe even like crochet, but I also really wanted to try making embroidery patches, because like it'd be cute to have embroidery patches that I could add to stuff. And I have like a hole on the back of my chair, and I'd love to put like a cute embroidered patch on it. And you know, there's lots of uses in life for embroidered patches. They even make a dent, right? Ooh, I have a seam ripper. It's just like a $1 one. When I was at Walmart the other day, I nabbed one. Because I needed, I bought a bunch of yarn, which by the way, the yarn they have at Walmart kind of sucks. Or at least the one I bought. I forget the full name of it. I think it was called like Peaches something or another is the name of the brand. Because I got cotton because I wanted cotton to make pot holders with. Because I'm going to use making pot holders as a way to learn different types of stitches and patterns and textures and stuff. And that yarn just sucks. Like, it's easy to work with. It's not like super hard to work with, but it's really not soft. It's very not soft. Like, I put it through the washer and everything, and it's still super not soft. It was like peaches and cream or something. I don't know. I forget the name of the brand. I think that's what it was. I don't know. It was at Walmart. And it was like one of the only pure cotton yarns that they had. And then I've bought another yarn. I bought a ton of one yarn that I'm really excited for. I bought it off the Line Brand website because my friend said that Line Brand is really good, and I like peeked at their website and they had a really good sale going where you could buy 12 skeins of any yarn for, I mean, no, 6, and you got them for $12. And so I bought 12 because I want to make this sweater. And it's gonna take like 8 or 9 of them to make that sweater. It's a beginner pattern, and that's gonna be like the first big project I do in knitting. So I spent like $30 total because there was shipping as well. And I'm super excited for it. It's gonna be so cool. And then what else? I don't know, my brain died for a second. Ooh, when are you gonna start doing the miniature painting? I've been spending time just like watching Star Trek and knitting, and it's been a very good time. You're knackered today and you haven't been up that long? Oh no, that's fair. I finally learned how to purl stitch in knitting today, which is the normal knit stitch, but instead of coming from the bottom, you come from the top. And it makes the knit pattern you're used to seeing rather than like what mine is. Which is cool. So I've skilled up a little in knitting today. I'm not very fast at the purl stitch. The project I'm making right now is like to learn and get comfortable with purl stitch. The project that I did to make that pot holder was me just like getting back to knitting altogether. So Yeah. Then after that, I'm gonna like learn how to make some cool textures. I'll probably try to learn the rib stitch because I believe that's used in the sweater I want to make. Though I might make a pair of gloves first because I found this pattern for these really cute fingerless gloves that is like, I think gonna be easier than the sweater. But I think they might use a cable knit at one point, so I'll have to like look up how to do that. I also need to just look up how to read patterns too. Knitting in Star Trek, an unusual combination. See, my mom used to always crochet and watch Star Trek. This sweater's less complex, although it's bigger. Yeah. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I think it uses a ribbing on it though. From what I could tell, I was struggling to find on the pattern like what it actually is. So here, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about because I can get the link from the file that it's in. And I just sorted through my downloads. Like I was doing it right before stream. So this is what I want to make. But I don't really fully understand like what the different stitch types there are on it. Like I know that okay, it is ribbed. It is ribbed, and then you have the garter, which I know how to garter stitch. That's what my other thing was in. But the top and bottom are ribbed, so I have to learn how to do a rib stitch. Like the sleeves and then the collar. And then the bottom as well. They're all ribbed, so I have to learn like how to do that. So, yeah. I'll probably do my next thing in a rib stitch so I can learn how to do it. The next pot holder will be that. And then I'll maybe switch from doing pot holders to doing that. Oop. To making the sweater. I don't know. I haven't fully decided my plan. Ah, the extension has the flowers on it too. Wait, what does the extra long extension look like? It has like a mirror. What about just the long? It also has the mirror. Oh, this does too, it's just at the very top. Okay, I think this whole thing is done here. you, Andy. Yeah, the one thing about knitting a sweater as well is it's like fairly expensive because like all the yarn that you need to make a sweater, that's a lot of material cost if you're not going for the cheapest material possible. Which I don't want to because like I don't want to do acrylic because, you know, if I'm gonna make it myself, I'm gonna make it out of a material that's not adding microplastics to the ocean and everything and like to our lives in general. So what I got is actually viscose or viscose or something, which is made from like wood pulp and is apparently very sustainable according to the internet. I don't know, I didn't research that heavily, but like I'm gonna try to avoid like very, very plasticky materials like polyester and acrylic. Oh! No, it doesn't change. But yeah, if I can help it, I want to avoid adding to that issue. And I mean, when I buy clothes, usually I buy them because I specifically am in need of something, and when I find that thing, I'm just gonna buy it, whatever it's made out of. As long as it serves the purpose I need at that moment. Because like, for example, I really need like a black skirt. Because I got a few funerals coming up I gotta go to, and I need nice black something I can wear on the bottom, and I don't have anything like that right now. The best I have is a pair of dark gray overalls. I mean, I do have like a sweater dress, but it's really warm, and these funerals are this month, and don't really want to be wearing sweater material in the middle of the desert this time of year. Like, that's a no-go for me. Okay, have fun! Yeah, the whole shebang. Okay. Yeah, they just have to be microwaved.
Yeah, but then they're the freshest.
Yeah. I love you, Suwey. I'm so spoiled. I don't know how I'm gonna get right there. I think that's the best I'm gonna get right there. Where are we on Mars? So I'm not on the DLC yet. I'm currently doing like the extra levels they added to the game back in like March or May. So we're not quite at the SpongeBob levels yet. Because I just decided not to start with them. We could be, I just decided not to. No. This is the desert. It is not Mars. Sorry to disappoint. Whoop. Yeah, but once we finish this one, which we're 67% done, The last one they do is always going to take the longest because that's kind of just how they do it. Yeah. But yeah, once this is done, we'll be moving over. It's just at the exact second we're working through this one, and then we will start working on the other ones. Nope. How is this so hard to walk up? There we go. Oh. You're disappointed by the lack of Mars? Sorry. It's just a desert. It's okay. We'll be going to Bikini Bottom when we finish this. So I'm excited for it because, like, SpongeBob is my childhood. So I'm so hyped to play through the SpongeBob levels. Phew. I don't know why I did that. Made me happy. So, yeah. This should be relatively quick though. Like, we've done a lot of the harder stuff on this level already, actually. Like, the pipes are some of the most annoying, and we've kind of done them first. Like, we did all of that, which took forever. We have this weird sign, this piston here still. We still got these tubes to finish up. But then we'll be done with the tubes, which is going to be the hardest part of this wash. There we go. Character in this game is so tall. Like, the player character. They're ridiculously tall. It feels like walking on stilts. When you compare it to, like, objects. Like, everyday objects. It's like, geez, we got some height to us. There we go. Why did Stream Raiders not make a noise? I see that it told me the battle's ready, but I did not remember hearing a noise. I am very much like, where is my bidding? Battle ready. You didn't hear it either? How odd. Wait. Let me move this and then I'll start the battle. Oh, you know what? I don't have the overlay on. There it is. I forgot to put that overlay back after reading yesterday. Because I did stream my Final Fantasy raid. So yeah, I started a new knitting project today though. I'm excited for it. It's in purple. Because purple's a nice color and there wasn't very many to choose from. So I got purple, brown, it's like a cool brown, dark green. It's a really nice vibrant color. Like that's the most vibrant of them all by a lot. Then I got black, which is a pretty like muted black in a way. Like it's not as vibrant as the green, which is interesting. And then I got another ball of purple, which is what I got at Walmart. So I have to go through all those, which sucks because they're not very good. But I bought a ton of them. So yeah. I need to get a backpack down to turn into a craft bag to put all my yarn and whatnot in. I spent so long yesterday working on the yarn though because so I finished my project and then I took all the balls of yarn that I had bought at Walmart and I washed them all in the same delicates bag, which was a bad idea because they were just all a mess of yarn together. And so it took me quite a while to wind them all up into balls and separate them from everything else, but I did manage it. Took me several hours though. The entire time Halsey and we were recording the podcast, I was just sitting there winding yarn into balls. I didn't even like say I was doing that on the podcast, but I was while recording because I wanted to get it done. And like, it didn't impact how well I did on the podcast or anything. It's just something I happened to be doing while we were recording. And you know, nobody's gonna be none the wiser. Nobody's gonna know. So why does it matter? I don't think it does. The thing is like too close and I can't see what I'm doing. I also want it further to the left. Or right now. Yarn winding a new fidget spinner. It really do be though. Like, not gonna lie, it's really great to fidget with. That's why I love knitting, because it really is just like a fidget toy. Like, I can focus and pay attention so much better when I am knitting. Which might sound weird, but it's true. Like, it's just so much easier for me. Like, when I was taking classes at college, I would literally be sitting in class, whoop, knitting. So all I was doing was like normal, knit, stitch, blankets and stuff. Well, it wasn't a blanket, it was a scarf that was as big as a blanket, pretty much. And my professors just didn't care because I was just there like, this isn't a distraction. I'm not bugging anyone. I'm just making it so I can focus better. and take care of my own learning needs without like reaching for my phone, because I know myself and I know that I don't know if this jump is possible, by the way. I know myself and I know that if given the opportunity, I will just sit there and look at my phone instead of focusing on class, which I'm literally paying thousands of dollars for. And the professors never cared. They were just like, cool, you do you. Like, it makes like a small clinking sound every once in a while, like a little noise, but it's a very nice noise in my opinion. And whenever you read books, it's always described as a very lovely noise. So I think the general human consensus is that it's a good noise. So I don't feel guilty about making that noise. Cause just the occasional clinking of the yarn needles. It's a very peaceful sound. No, it's fine, it's fine. I don't have ankles. Obviously. We also, you know, don't have a water tank or any kind of hose connected to our little tiny power washer. So, really don't look too in depth on this game. Because you will find things that would not work in real life. But how is it going, Maxie? Also, Maxie, my static keeps asking for you to join. The Dark Knight himself has not said it, but it's been implied or told to me that the Dark Knight would probably be willing to switch out of Dark Knight to have you in the static. They're just like, we want him. Even though I know you have a static. I mean, we're also like still on P9 because we don't have we have an empty slot, which like makes raiding really hard. So yeah. We also like go 2 times a week. It's just a whole thing. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, we only do 2 hours a week. It's a 2-hour session on Tuesdays every week. No, 2 hours. Which is, you know, super hyper casual, so it's really hard to find people who want to do it because most people, like, are hyper focused on clearing the tier, and we're just like, let's have fun. Like, yes, we're definitely trying to clear the tier and everything, but let's have fun and be friends and do our best and support each other and be kind beans. Which I am very much for. I still have some insecurities though, like, about my gameplay after my last static, because they were just like, they were not a good place to be. You know, it was very much like I wasn't allowed to make mistakes, but everyone else was. Is the way that last static I was in felt. And there definitely wasn't a sense of personal accountability, which was a big problem. I was the only one who was being personally accountable. It was just a mess. The current group I'm in is definitely like more on tier for what I was looking for. And I like that it's only once a week, so it's not like this huge time sink. You know? I wasn't a huge fan of my past group being, you know, I think it was 3 hours twice a week, which was a lot. And then it was like a group of people where I don't even really know how well everyone knew each other. But yeah, it was just not a good time. But I'm very happy with the group I'm in now. Alright. I think there's probably an underside of this that I have to get. Oh no, it's just like... Ah. There's a ring that goes all the way around it. Got it. Let's get this ladder real quick. Alright. Now to keep going. Man, this game is so satisfying. I love it so much. So yeah. I don't know, I feel good about things that are going on right now. I'm getting back into doing job applications because I took a break for a while because I had just gotten like really burnt out with job applications to the point where like I really didn't want to do them anymore and it was problematic. And I was just having a lot of mental breakdowns, so I just gave myself a little while of not doing them. Which, you know, like, I don't know, was that a good thing, was it a bad thing, who really knows. Okay, that didn't get finished and I need to fix it. Wait, what? Yeah, right here. That piece did not get finished up. Don't know why. But I gotta fix it. There we go. Very nice. Yeah. So I'm back to doing job applications. I turned 3 in today. I'm making good progress on that course thing I'm taking, which is actually taking priority over doing the job applications, which might seem weird, but the reasoning behind it is that getting that done is gonna give me such a boost up in my job search journey, I guess. Rather than just having it that I'm currently working on it, instead having completed this course, like that's gonna look so much better for me. Because, like, it's not that the course is hard, it's just that it's chunky. Like, there's a lot of content covered in it. So it just takes a long time to get through. So I'm starting to spend, like, 30 minutes on it most days. It's actually 25 minutes with Pomodoro technique, but, you know. So I'm kind of debating increasing my Pomodoro timer to 30 minutes. You may further ask, is this alleged facility in any way linked to Buckingham's alleged water shortage and the mayor's alleged mining ring? He, saying sus things. At this point, I'd probably ask you to wind your neck in and get on with finishing the job. Ooh. So, that's a yes, we are involved with this, but refuse to comment situation. Go. You stuck? Yeah. Oh, no, you're good, you're good. What language are you learning? Arabic? Ooh, what's your reasoning on that? Like, what is your... not reasoning, inspiration? That's not what I commonly hear of people learning. You have an Arabic streamer friend who used to be English but switching to being all Arabic and you want to support him? That's so sweet, dude. You are such a kind person. You know that? You're learning an entire language just to be able to support a good friend of yours. Like, I don't know. I feel like most people wouldn't do that. Probably including myself. No, I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't even do that, I don't think. Maybe for the right friend, but I don't know. I don't think I would do that. That's so much work. It's a huge commitment. Learn English for you? Which kind of English? That's a real question. Because my American dialect of English is very good. Or at least my West Coast American dialect. Anything else? Good luck. Alright. These are rims? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have a whole other thing I have to clean. Oh no. Alright, well, we'll start working on it now because I didn't realize I had like an entire part I was missing. Okay, that's that one done. Oh, they're really easy. Okay. It's not bad then. I'll switch to long. Just because I can then go over it like way faster, see? So I can cover more space. Easy. I'm so excited for dinner. Cordon bleu chicken, green beans, and rice. Very fancy dinner, if you ask me. It's a frozen cordon bleu though, because we don't know how to make it by hand. Apparently the price of it has gone up like $2 though, so like it might not really be worth buying anymore, which is sad. That is so relatable, Maxie. That is so relatable. Just time consuming? Ugh. That's no fun. Some stuff here is dropping in price, like bacon and salami, and most pork products are super cheap, but chicken is really expensive. Okay. Interesting. I don't know, I don't really pay attention. Suwey and his dad do like all the grocery shopping. I really was not in the mood to leave the house today, so I was like, I ain't going. Sometimes it's just that way, and you're like, I don't feel like leaving the house, sorry. To the point where chicken is about the same price as beef now? What? No. Huh, that is a lot of flavors. Interesting. I don't know if I'd like that. That's a lot of flavors. I'm not a fan of peas, but I've never had snow peas. I don't really know what that is. Go. Now we wash this. think I'll get the full bottom of it. Just about finished this level. But yeah, I don't think I've had snow peas before. I know I'm very picky and I don't like peas. Like normal ones at least. There we go. Sugar snap peas? I have no idea what those are. The pod the peas come in. I've never tried the pod. Hi, Suwey.
We'll be done when my car goes on.
Okay.
Like 5 minutes.
Okay. Alrighty. Look at this. It's beautiful. Almost like corn. I used to like corn, and I don't as an adult. I think I need to give it another shot, honestly. Like, I need to give corn on the cob another shot. Because I liked corn on the cob as a kid. And then at one point I decided I didn't like it at all. So, I definitely need to give it another shot. You know? So, I don't know. This game makes me so happy. Try canned corn, it's sweeter in the use of different variety. Oh no, I'd rather do corn on the cob. I'd rather do less flavor than more when I'm first trying something. More flavor can be overwhelming when something is new. And there is a chance that I'll decide I don't like it just because it's so overwhelming. I'm pretty sure I've done that before. I emotionally struggle at trying new food. I don't know why. Apparently I've always been that way though. Do I like coffee? I love the flavor of coffee, but having actual coffee, like a big cup of it, gives me the jitters. So it's like a weird thing. But the flavor is very nice. Ooh, okay. Did what you send me, is it a fun gift? Is it something you want me to promote? Is it taste testing? What's the dealio on it? Because I'm cool with any of the above. But I want context on it. Some context would be nice. All of the above? Okay. Ah, you're like, if you're offering to promote. And yes, of course I am. Nah, man, take the chance you get. Yeah, exactly. I have no problem doing it. You know, I'm getting something out of it too, so I ain't complaining. Yeah, this is what you call a mutually beneficial business relationship. Right, Suwey?
Mm-hmm.
I promote his bakery on social media.
I promote, you give cookie.
I get nums.
I get cookie.
We both get cookie.
I get cookie.
We both get cookie.
No, I get cookie.
You have to let me try too.
They're my cookies.
They're not just yours.
My cookies.
No. Okay. Let me, ooh, it's almost battle time. I gotta run the battle. I'll be there in a few minutes if that's okay.
Your dinner's ready.
Okay, I'll be there in like 3-4 minutes. I gotta start the battle, and I gotta get words on stream ready.
Fine.
Fine.
I'll tell your boys good luck.
Good luck.
They won't believe me.
Mia sends some. He needs to send extra goodies, or am I not getting? No, I'll get as much as I want. Suwey and I definitely do split the cookies, though. It definitely does get split. I mean, Goldie. Now, Goldie, I would like a list of what you're sending, even if like I only get the list after I open it, just so I actually know what I have. It's fun to try to figure it out, but I do like knowing. Okay. I don't mind if it's literally a handwritten note in the box, by the way. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah, I'm totally cool if you just want to shove a handwritten note at the bottom of the box. Like after I open them and look at them all. Okay. I'm cool with whatever. Like, it doesn't matter to me. But I do prefer to have a general idea of what I'm consuming. There you go. It was a very spontaneous decision. That's fair. I ain't judging. Alrighty. I'm gonna turn the music off and go over to the BRB. I will be back in a few minutes. Gotta go grab dinner. So I need to give this guy water. That was great. I sound very drunk right now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't think I stutter this much, but yeah.
Everybody thinks they don't stutter
I don't stutter that much. Okay, look. Yeah, I don't. Glitched out, but I did still see it, so lucky me. Someone clip that, please. What do I do? Fire. Oh! Nobody saw that. It's okay. Oh, dude. So Fog made this because we found a music disc that he wanted. And... oh, this looks so cool. What do these do? Oh! That scared me so bad. Man, that scared me so bad. Okay. That's just a bone shark. Who's infected? Is that supposed to be there? Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to come over and see you then.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, I'll see you in just a moment. I'm gonna mute now. Have a good time.
You too. Or
I guess I'll be seeing you shortly.
I said you too.
Zero, helping us dream of future initiatives. Congratulations are also in order for Daniel Val.
Well, that was first try. Oh shoot, there's another. Gosh dang it. Oh, please someone clip that. I'm so tired. Maybe I should just go to bed. Maybe I should just go to bed. No. Yeah, I should go to bed. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all this and my brain's so tired. It's not happening. We do have a bunch of chocolate. Suwey bought a big thing of chocolate because we're not gonna actually do anything for Valentine's Day, so he bought that for Valentine's Day for me. For me, yeah. For me and you to share. This is so like... Ooh! I look away for 1 second. I like kind of haphazardly just dropping it in the cauldron. I was like, no, you did it close enough. Here you go. It's for the tree's sake. Hurry up and sprinkle the potion. Okay, here goes.
Throwing flashbang.
Come on, Axel. No. Yeah, why would you think I'm eating pizza? What the heck? Bro. Why would you think that? This is the... Ow! Bro! I was actually doing decently for one. I'm going the hard way? Am I?
Stop right there, Altera. You're out of bounds.
It fell off the wall. onto my bed.
Alright, let's bring that beat back.
I screamed, but I was muted. So I need to give this guy water. That was great. I sound very drunk right now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't think I stutter this much. But yeah.
Everybody thinks they don't stutter that.
I don't stutter that much. Okay, look. Yeah, I don't. Glitched out, but I did still see it, so lucky me. Someone clip that, please. What do I do? Fire. Oh! Nobody saw that. It's okay. Oh, dude. So Fog made this because we found a music disc that he wanted. And... oh, this looks so cool. What do these do? Oh! That scared me so bad. Man, that scared me so bad. Okay. That's just a bone shark. Who's infected? Is that supposed to be there? Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to come over and see you then.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, I'll see you in just a moment. I'm gonna mute now. Have a good time.
You too. Or
I guess
what?
I'll be seeing you shortly.
I said you too.
0, helping us dream of future initiatives. Congratulations are also in order for Daniel
Well, that was first try. Oh shoot, there's another. Gosh dang it. Oh, please someone clip that. I'm so tired. Maybe I should just go to bed. Maybe I should just go to bed. No. Yeah, I should go to bed. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all this and my brain's so tired. It's not happening. We do have a bunch of chocolate. Suwey bought a big thing of chocolate because we're not gonna actually do anything for Valentine's Day, so he bought that for Valentine's Day for me. For me, yeah. For me and you to share. This is so like... Ooh! I look away for 1 second. I like kind of haphazardly just dropping it in the cauldron. I was like, no, you did it close enough. Here you go. It's for the tree's sake. Hurry up and sprinkle the potion. Okay, here goes.
Throwing flashbang.
Come on, Axel. No. Yeah, why would you think I'm eating pizza? What the heck? Bro. Why would you think that? This is dumb. Ow! Bro! 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 I was actually doing D's on lever 1. I'm going the hard way? Am I?
Stop right there, Altera. You're out of bounds.
It fell off the wall onto my bed.
Alright, let's bring that beat back.
I screamed, but I was muted. So I need to give this guy water. That was great. I sound very drunk right now. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay. I don't think I stutter this much. But yeah.
Everybody thinks they don't stutter that.
I don't stutter that much. Okay, look. Yeah, I don't. Glitched out, but I did still see it, so lucky me. Someone clip that, please. What do I do? Fire. Oh! Nobody saw that. It's okay. Oh, dude. So Fog made this because we found a music disc that he wanted. And... oh, this looks so cool. What do these do? Oh! That scared me so bad. Man, that scared me so bad. Okay. That's just a bone shark. Who's infected? Is that supposed to be there? Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to come over and see you then.
Alright, I'm ready.
Okay, I'll see you in just a moment. I'm gonna mute now. Have a good time.
You too. Or
I guess
what?
I'll be seeing you shortly.
I said you too.
0, helping us dream of future initiatives. Congratulations are also in order for Daniel Val.
Well, that was first try. Oh shoot, there's another. Gosh dang it. Oh, please someone clip that. I'm so tired. Maybe I should just go to bed. Maybe I should just go to bed. No. Yeah, I should go to bed. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all this and my brain's so tired. It's not happening. We do have a bunch of chocolate. Suwey bought a big thing of chocolate because we're not gonna actually do anything for Valentine's Day, so he bought that for Valentine's Day for me. For me, yeah. For me and you to share. This is so like... Ooh! I look away for 1 second. I like kind of haphazardly just dropping it in the cauldron. I was like, no, you did it close enough. Here you go. It's for the tree's sake. Hurry up and sprinkle the potion. Okay, here goes.
Throwing flashbang.
Come on, Axel. No. Yeah, why would you think I'm eating pizza? What the heck? Hello, I'm back. I know the ad still has a minute left. I meant to run the ad before I left, and I didn't, so I did an extra one round so I could eat food anyway. I enjoyed it, though. I was gone for a long time. Apologies on that. Alrighty. I know. I apologize. I thought I wasn't gone that long. I try not to be gone for more than 10 minutes, but that was more like 15. There you go. I mean, it happens, so whatever, but it definitely wasn't my intention. There we go. So we'll just finish cleaning this off. There, and then we'll get the underside of the shorter one. Oh, you know what? I might turn my sound down, but I lowered this significantly when we went on ad break because, okay, and I need this up a little bit. Oh, we need music. That's the problem. Oh, I meant to press play, but that's fine. There we go. That's better. I was just like, something is missing. There we go. So now we clean. But yeah, no, we got green beans, rice, and cordon bleu. Way too much food was made for me, though. Suwey and his dad didn't communicate how much food they were making very well. And so they both made me a full serving worth of food.
To be fair, you asked for rice and green beans.
I did ask for rice and green beans.
And cordon bleu.
And cordon bleu. I wanted 1 cordon bleu.
I assumed that, but then my dad put both in before I could stop it.
Mm.
And then the green beans was 1 can. And the rice was 1 cup.
Mm.
Those are the bare minimums of both of those.
I know it is.
So, to a degree, you also asked for a lot of food.
I didn't realize how much I was asking for.
It's worth it.
Yeah, it's good. I will definitely be having, I definitely have breakfast sorted for tomorrow.
Definitely.
I mean, not that it's an issue, but I have breakfast sorted for the morning. Yes, I eat leftover dinner for breakfast. Whenever there's any kind of leftover from dinner, I will have it for breakfast. And make sure the leftovers get eaten. And it makes so I don't have to think about breakfast at all. I don't have to actually make something when I wake up. It's honestly a win-win situation. You haven't played PowerWash Simulator in a year? You got so many maps to do? Dude. There's so many new ones, plus there's a SpongeBob DLC you could buy. I didn't do this one, whoops. There we go. You got so much game to play, Andy. All right. Just do that just in case. There we go. You often order pizza larger than you want so you can finish it in the morning? Yes. You haven't played since before any DLC? Your Game Pass broke and started blue screening you like 2 days before Tomb Raider? No. I have it on Steam. I have never had a Game Pass. I cannot really justify it because I have so many games on Steam already that like getting Game Pass doesn't really make financial sense for me. You know? I already have so many games. I don't need to pay a monthly subscription to access more.
That service would be great for like someone with a kid on a budget.
Yeah, someone with a kid, that would be perfect for the kid to learn about their preferences in games and everything, you know? Or someone who doesn't really have the budget for games and doesn't have very many games already. You have basically a whole new PC now, Windows installed, so finance is stopping you from getting Game Pass? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be great for a child. For like, if you have a child, you can then download them games all the time for them to try. They can figure out what they like without like, you know, having to spend $60 for them to find out that they hate XYZ type of game. Instead, you can spend $15 and like let them slowly figure it out at their own pace. Which is very good in my opinion. So like, I don't know, for me I think it's very circumstantial on how worth it Game Pass might be for one particular person. Because, like, me personally, I wouldn't use it. It would not be worth the money that it costs. Someone that doesn't have a lot of games, it is probably worth it. You play more than 10 hours a week of games, past games, it's worth the money. Yeah, no, that's fair. Premium plan is great if you have a low PC spec, because cloud gaming? Oh, interesting. You got free for a month, never touched it? Yeah, I had that issue too. I think I had a free trial at one point and just didn't use it. Because it just doesn't really work with my personal needs. Like, I get why it's useful, but my personal needs do not really align with what it is. You know.
What does scare me though about the Microsoft thing is subscriptions taking over gaming too, and I don't want that.
Yeah, I don't like those subscriptions being the main wave.
Like, I understand a subscription for my MMO, but
yeah,
for my single player game.
I do like MMOs being subscription, to be honest.
You like a subscription for your single player game where you can't play it anymore if you don't pay for your subscription?
No, not for single player, but for MMOs it makes sense, and I have no problem.
It makes sense because they have a lot of costs every month.
Yeah, it's to keep servers up and any kind of maintenance, new content, whatever. MMOs are very expensive to maintain. Yeah, I am not huge on like MMOs that have microtransactions though. Like, I'm happy to pay a subscription, but microtransactions just get way too much too fast. I need a consistent cost. 14, the microtransactions aren't like, you can't just like microtransaction and beat like harder content than you normally can or anything.
No, not necessarily.
You played so much PowerWash Sim and Hardship Spacebreaker, it made a whole of Game Pass worthwhile? No, that's fair. Anything as a service is becoming a thing and you don't like it? Yeah. I like it in MMOs. The context of MMOs, I like it. And that is about it. MMOs are the one and only exception, in my opinion. Which, like, you might not agree with me, and that's totally fine. But my thought is, it is heckin' expensive to run a MMO. Unlike Final Fantasy XIV, I get enough hours of gameplay every month to not worry about the costs. I know it's like basically the price of Game Pass, but it's what I want with that amount of money. You know, and like Final Fantasy does have some gear that you can get that is real life money. But it's all just aesthetics. And nobody's gonna care if you don't have a certain aesthetic thing in the game. Absolutely nobody is gonna care. Okay, I need to get this platform done. Where are we missing? There we go. Apparently I didn't finish the... There we go, that's good. Good enough. At least. You're only one to place 6 spawns in Stream Raiders. It's hard to get all 6 in. It comes down to the pricing module and the value you get from it. Yeah. 100%. And like, I'll cancel my Final Fantasy sub on occasion. I will. Hey, nothing wrong with multitasking. Man, I should have this as like a lunch/snack sometime.
Oh yeah?
The rice and green bean mix.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to tell him you're wrong.
I will have to tell him I'm wrong. I will get a chuckle. I will be chuckled at for that. I will get a good chuckling at.
You're getting a good chuckling at from me too.
I know, but it's worse from your dad.
Yeah, because he doesn't always laugh. He can find something funny but not laugh. If you actually get him to chuckle or something, it's like, oh no.
I know.
Or you feel extremely accomplished for a good joke.
Oh yeah. I feel like I managed to get him pretty good sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the fact is sometimes I still surprise him with my humor.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're also learning the humor.
Mm-hmm. It's like when you're getting to know someone, you're figuring out how dark your humor can go before it's awkward and a problem. You know? There's certain people you can joke about certain things that you cannot joke with around other people because they have like past traumas or something around whatever it is. And that's okay. It's okay both to have those jokes and not to, as long as you're listening to the person that you're hanging out with, their boundaries and their needs. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I'm so preachy about boundaries.
Yeah, well, you've learned.
I've learned how important they are, and it's everything. If you can respect people's boundaries, so much more good comes out of it. And also, it just feels really good to be respected and have your boundaries respected.
Why you like cats?
Oh, I love cats.
Did you tell Chad about the cat you met yesterday?
Oh my gosh, chat. So yesterday at one point, I went to a family member of Suwey's house, like a...
Uncle.
Okay, it was an uncle.
Technically, a great uncle.
A great uncle, technically. I went to their house, and they had the cutest cat. Two cats, and they were both really heckin' cute. They had a calico and a very lightly colored Siamese. Because you know how they can be darker coloring or lighter coloring on Siamese. It was a very lightly colored Siamese with bright blue eyes. And...
You're forgetting about one of the things we went to see that you are distinctly ignoring.
Oh yeah, we went to see a puppy.
The 5-month-old puppy.
I was a little distracted by their cats that they've had for years.
Yeah.
And the Siamese, like, kind of got my attention, like, it found me at one point, or I think someone pointed out that it was somewhere.
You leaned against the chair.
What?
You leaned against the chair, I think.
And it was already in it?
Yeah.
Oh, was it already in the chair?
Yeah, I pointed it out in the chair, and you leaned against the chair, and it jumped you.
No, that was later that it jumped me.
Yeah, I pointed out that there was a cat in the chair sleeping.
Yeah, so Suwey pointed out there was a cat in a chair, and so I started giving it attention, and then it got very playful very quickly. And I really wanted to have a cat teaser, but they didn't have one. And the one lady, like, I'm like, do you have some kind of, like, cat teaser or something? She's like, just grab my purse and use the strap on my purse. I'm like, okay. And so I played with the cat. And it was a really gentle, sweet cat that loved attention. And when you put your hand out to it, it would lick it. Oh, I already finished that. That's why it's... Yeah. or jump you. And it was really cute. And at one point I turned around to talk to Suwey because I was like facing away from everyone while I was playing with it. And the cat like jumped my hair. And it was so funny. You know, like everyone's there to enjoy the new puppy and I'm like, oh, they have a cat. Kitty cat. Hello, friend. There was 2 cats. The other one was the calico and it was on the arm of a couch that like someone was sitting in the seat for most of the time. And this cat was just completely gone. It was sleeping. And then at the end, right when we left, the person had left the chair. And so I went up to the cat and I was just like, hey buddy, and I gave it a little nose boop. And it didn't even wake up, I don't think. And it just like did a little air biscuit. And it was so cute. Because it was like, I acknowledge your attention. Thank you for the attention. Pretty much. And, I think we have confirmed that Suwey is a crazy cat lady. And I am happy to have all the cats. So boy, if we ever hear of someone in the area getting rid of cats, there's gonna be a problem.
Getting kittens or something?
Oh my god, if someone in our like group of people, like family, was getting rid of kittens, you'd have a real problem on your hands, Suwey.
Mm-hmm. We already have 2 cats. We don't need more cats.
But I want a kitten. I've never had a kitten.
You'll have one over time.
Kitten.
Can't wait.
But they're cute.
They are very cute.
Alright. Let's go ahead and go down a level. Because I knew that would be an issue. Alright. Move to a different angle. There we go. Oh, no. There. Yeah. Okay, so clearly this goes higher up, like... No, stop being that right there. How do I... I guess I can, like, do that. Clearly I'm missing something here. Hey, you know what? It might just be the top of it. That's the issue. Oh, yeah. Can't get on top of that. So I'm gonna have to like just jump and get it best I can. There we go. Ah. Alrighty. Four things at once would be a bit much. True. There you go, got it. That'll need a little help, but I'll worry about that later. Go over there. Just like, I don't need that. Over there. See my problem later. Not now. But no. Well done. Okay, so now I clean the top of this box. There we go. I did really good this one because like I didn't have a bunch of things to go looking for. I mean, they're all like really big pieces, so that's probably why I did so well, is because they're like really big pieces, so it's pretty obvious if you miss something. There you go. I know exactly what it's looking for beyond that. The solar canopy lower edge is something I forgot to, like, just forgot that existed. It's right here. I remember seeing it. There you go. I did all that cleaning there. We did that, then we did the entire tower. There we go. I must commend you on the quality of work. Remarkably, the panels have increased in efficiency beyond the levels achieved directly after installation. Many thanks. We won't hesitate to contact you again, should we be in need. Although, I would ask that you dial down the questioning during any further opportunities, Anna. I didn't question, but okay, sure. Alright, time to try the SpongeBob SquarePants. Ooh, we get to start with the... Oh my gosh, I get to start with all the houses in the show. That's so cool. Okay. I love how SpongeBob himself is the one requesting it. That's so good. Alright. Oh my gosh, and we have like a special washer deep cleaner 4000. It is. It is a power washer. Boy, are we glad you're here. We all woke up this morning and find ourselves completely covered in dirt and none of us can figure out how. Absolutely nothing happened last night except for the surprise birthday party for my pet snail, Gary. It was amazing. What? Sorry. Everyone showed up, even the tube worms from Rock Bottom, and the sea monkeys, and Dennis. Graffiti? Heck yeah. We probably made the worst mess by anyone ever. But we definitely cleaned up afterwards. Or did I fall asleep and dream that bit? Anyway. How do you do words on stream? That is, that shows up when I'm on BRB. Anyway, our neighbor Squidward blames us. He says if this house isn't clean by the time we get home from making comedy history at the gala, then he'll do something that we'll all regret. If you clean all 3, I'll give you all the Krabby Patties you can eat. I'm sure Mr. Krabs won't mind. Maybe. Oh, yeah. I understand. Get some hidden graffiti if you use a low power clean first. Really? That's funny. Oh yeah, you can kind of see it though. The snail trail. There's like a special one with like this blue algae. Oh, Patrick Zoom. Heck yeah. We can open it? Oh my gosh, the sounds are perfect. Oh, and they changed our equipment. And they have the little shack. Oh, what did they sell here? Wasn't it bubbles or something? Oh my gosh, I love this. They reskinned even the... Oh, that's so good. I mean, I am definitely a SpongeBob fan to some degree at least. It doesn't look like there's any. I think the dirt came here because it wanted to. I'll just do like a quick thing and see if anything's showing up with the low power. If it was dirt, I'd want to live here. And all my... If I was dirt, I'd want to live here. And I'd want all my friends to live here with me. Yeah, I'm not seeing any kind of secrets here. And this, I believe, is beyond using the soap, like the whitest, most chill one. And I'm not showing any signs of like a secret thing here. Yeah, the snail trail's coming right off too. However far I can get in the game tonight, depending on how long I play. Yeah, it is the bubbles! See, I even remembered that. See, I knew this was the bubble stand. So boy, I'm doing the SpongeBob DLC now. So boy, I'm doing the SpongeBob DLC. They even have the bubble stand.
Oh yeah.
When they sold the bubbles.
You gotta learn how to blow bubbles.
But like,
go like this, and you gotta bring it around town.
Suwey is more of an avid SpongeBob fan than I am even. But like, I definitely watched it growing up, to say the least.
Look, there's always a SpongeBob reference you can make. Oh
yeah, there's always a good reference to be made. Alright, I will take care of my eyes. My eyes? My eyes! My eyes! Give me a second. Look away from your monitor, guys. It's hard on those eyeballs to be staring at your monitor all day long. So get your eyes that rest they deserve. There we go. It was a little after your time. I didn't play any of the games. I just watched the show. I was like the prime age group for that show.
Oh, I watched tons of that show.
We were both the prime age group.
Patrick.
Dude, I remember though the movie scarred me.
Which movie?
The movie that came out when we were kids.
There's multiple SpongeBob movies.
The one where they get like taken by a fisherman.
The one where they go to get the... They have to go get the crown back.
They get taken by the fisherman and he leaves them out to dry.
Yeah, it's not a fisherman. Technically. I mean, it is, but... It's the novelty guy who has the crown. He puts him under a lamp to dehydrate.
All I remember is the lamp.
Yeah.
And it freaked me out as a kid, okay? I did not like the lamp part. I also really hated the part where they're trying to like deliver the pizza, I think it was, or like
the Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza.
But like specifically the scene with it in the movie. Like there was this part where they were like they went down a cliff and then they couldn't like go back up, or the road like moved on them.
You're talking about when he goes to the lower town and he gets stuck there in the bus. Every time the bus comes, he's not at the bus stop.
Dude, the lower town part was so nightmarish. I feel like my nightmares look like
the vending
that.
Machine and the bus is coming, and then he pulls his hand out and the bus goes away.
Yeah,
and he puts his hand
I
back
hated
in, and
that.
It slowly shows back up. And he goes really slow to the vending machine, and it goes really slow to the bus stop.
Hyper-real dry? Yeah, it was awful. Wait.
SpongeBob is what created the hyper-realistic drawings of close-ups. Flapjack did that too, because it was the same, some of the same writers. But Flapjack I didn't like nearly as much. I thought it was just way grosser.
I never watched Flapjack. It probably would have been too much for me. I thought like Courage the Cowardly Dog was too much.
A lot of people loved Courage the Cowardly Dog.
I thought it was too creepy.
Like it. It was horrifying.
I know. I swear I just heard the like thing where Gary meows. I swear the game did it.
Gary.
Hey Bellicard, how's it going? I almost said hey Suwey. I am struggling today apparently.
Hey Suwey.
Oh, interesting. It has a totally different sound. I totally just heard it again. Oh! I love it. They did so much with this DLC. I'm so happy. I see why this is paid. They've done so much to the game for this. So far, I have no problems with this being paid. I mean, I did get this as a key for free. But I'm understanding why this is a paid DLC and I have no problem with it. Can you order Krusty Krab pizza? I assume we'll eventually go to Krusty Krab pizza. I'd be very upset if we didn't end up going to Krusty Krab pizza. Is the pizza for you and me?
The Krusty Krab isn't normally a pizza place. It's just the Krusty Krab.
I know, but I like the pizza version.
Well, it's because they were selling pizza on that episode. They started. It was an experiment.
Yeah, and I like the song.
Yeah, everyone likes the song.
Krusty
It's like
Krab
F is for friends
pizza.
who do stuff together.
Yeah. Oh my
U is
gosh.
for you and me.
No.
N is for anywhere, anytime at all. Down here in the
Oh,
deep blue sea.
yeah, I'm thinking of a different verse. Because at one point they go, U is for ukulele. N is for anywhere, anywhere and all in the deep blue sea.
F is for fire that burns down the whole city. U is for uranium bombs.
Oh yeah, wasn't that
N is
Squidward?
for no survivors.
That's a fun song, yeah.
Classic.
Wasn't there a song that they sang really, really fast? And they kept being like, faster! No, that was Plankton? Oh, okay. Oh, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, the one I did was the Plankton version.
There was one song that they kept singing faster and faster and faster.
C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G
Oh,
song.
campfire song. Yeah, yeah,
C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S-O-N-G song.
And
If you don't think we can sing it faster, then you're wrong. But it'll help if you just sing
along. Bum, bum, bum.
Bum, bum.
And then they go faster and faster and faster.
It's the campfire song.
Yeah.
Cool. Like we said, chat, I know a lot of SpongeBob.
I know quite a bit. I was definitely a SpongeBob kid. Oh, that's cool. I love how they did the sky. I hope we get to see the bubble friend at some point.
Bubble Friend.
I forget his actual name.
It's Bubble Friend.
Oh, really?
Might have been Kevin. But I'm pretty sure it was just Bubble Friend.
I don't know, I loved the bubble friend. But I remember thinking that the episode where like they go to the beach with Bubble Friend, wasn't there like some weirdly slightly risque parts to that?
What?
Or like hints towards that sort of thing? There was like an episode where they go to the beach with Bubble Friend, and there's like things where they like do some like low-key commentary on like girls not wearing much at the beach or something. Oh, it's Bubble Buddy!
Bubble Buddy.
There we go.
What about Bubble Buddy?
That was his name. Yeah. Yes. Dude, I loved SpongeBob growing up. Yeah, occasionally I'm hearing meows while I'm at SpongeBob's house. Oh my gosh, remember when you saw Gary watching snails? And he like quickly...
That was SpongeBob.
Oh, it was SpongeBob.
SpongeBob was watching sea anemones.
Sea anemones, right.
Really close to the TV. And then Gary came in.
Oh yeah,
and he
Gary
goes,
came in.
Gary! And quickly changes the channel to football.
Right.
Yeah. I wasn't
Pretty
doing
Patties? I don't remember Pretty Patties.
Pretty Patties? When they had when they changed the colors of Krabby Patties to different colors? You don't remember Pretty Patties?
Not really.
Yeah, they changed the colors. So they had blue ones and pink ones and red ones and blue ones.
No, but do you remember the Panty Raid?
The Panty Raid.
I was so confused when I watched that episode.
And he breaks
My
into
mom
his
had to
mom's house.
explain some stuff to me after that
The
episode.
Panty Raid.
My mom had to explain some stuff to little me after they're watching the Panty Raid episode. I was like, Mom, why would boys take a girl's underwear? My mom was like, some people are just gross and weird like that. And I didn't fully understand that episode until I was much older. Wasn't there an episode where SpongeBob worked at the chum bucket?
Yes. There's an episode where he works at the chum bucket.
Oh, remember the needle in a haystack video? Not video, but episode with the squirrel girl?
With Sandy.
With Sandy.
Sandy Cheeks.
Oh man. Her name.
Obviously a joke.
If I was a dirt, I'd want to live here too, Patrick. And I'd want you to live right down the way. Cute. SpongeBob is such a good friend to Patrick. And I'd want a dirty little Squidward to live just next door. Yeah, I think I was in high school when I finally figured, or maybe it was talking to you at one point, Suwey, where I figured out or learned Sandy's full name and understood it.
Sandy Cheeks?
Mm-hmm. It's talking about sand going between your butt at the beach.
No, it's just talking about sandy butts.
Yeah.
Not going
Dude.
between your, that's sandy crack.
Sorry.
Sandy Cheeks.
Sandy cheeks.
Sand on your butt.
No, but that was like the worst part of going to the beach growing up, when like you'd be wearing a little swimsuit and then like there'd be sand all over your butt. That was always the worst. I haven't worn a swimsuit at the beach since like I was like, I don't know, 16 on a cruise. Where I grew up really wasn't quite warm enough to be on the beach in a swimsuit unless it was summer. And even then, most of the time it was too cold, but I would tough it out and wear a swimsuit anyway because I was like that as a kid. I always wanted to be in a swimsuit on the beach as a little kid because, I don't know, I thought it was fun. The only problem is next time I went swimming, my swimsuit would have sand in it. I have the weirdest question. Suwey. You're included in this. I have the weirdest question.
Oh no, here we go.
Do people wash their swimsuits? Or do they get washed by the water that you're swimming in?
No, you wash your swimsuit.
Really?
Yes. You have to wash the chlorine off.
Oh. Okay.
Or if you go into a lake, there's lake bacteria crap. You gotta wash it off.
Huh.
Why, do you just think people didn't wash their swimsuits?
We didn't.
Well, you're supposed to.
My mom never had us wash our swimsuits. Unless she did it and then just didn't tell us she did it.
Probably.
But I'm pretty sure we just wore them and then tossed them in the swimsuit box and then put them on next time that we wanted to go swimming.
You're supposed to clean them.
Just like how you have to wash the swim clean out your hair. Yeah, we weren't great about that either.
Yeah, and you have to get the chlorine out of your hair.
I'm pretty sure we didn't wash our swimsuits. Because I remember once I was a bit older. So, if you don't know, slight female anatomy session here. Yeah, so when you're past puberty as a female, your bits self-clean themselves, and you know, there's constantly like a little bit of whatchamacallit. What is it called? I don't remember. I don't remember the official name for it, but there's always just a little bit of liquid. That's why women's underwear is like double lined, right? And I remember it getting nasty when I was young. Probably because it was supposed to be cleaned and it wasn't. Like in terms of swimwear. I think I started rinsing it though because I was just like, this is gross. But I know when I was young, we definitely did not wash our swimsuits. Oh, I see there is like a little bit of graffiti. Hold on. Just ever so slightly. Oh no, they're just barnacle shells. I thought they were like little bits of like a thing. Hey Jacob, how's it going? Thanks for that raid. What were you up to today? What were you up to? Oh, come on in, dude. Valorant? Ooh, okay, okay. Sounds good. I don't seem to have any mods around, so let me get you a shout out here. There we go. When there's graffiti, it's more obvious and deliberate. Okay, got it. Yes, this is so cool, this map is. This map is so cool. I'm so excited to see the other maps that they do. We've just been talking about SpongeBob and like reminding me of how much I loved it growing up. I loved it so much. I remember Nickelodeon used to do like 24-hour marathons and I'd make my parents record the whole thing on a VHS tape. Because I didn't want to miss any of the 24-hour marathon. But there was no way I was gonna be up throughout that whole thing. Hey George, how's it going? Isn't there supposed to be like a way from the inside of the house into this part? I feel like he went up to this part from inside his house at points. George. Yes. But I always made my parents record it, but then it was great because like if I ever wanted to watch SpongeBob, I could just grab one of those VHS tapes, plop it in, and enjoy some SpongeBob. It was the best. Your grandma would do that for you? That's amazing. See, my grandma didn't do that, but at one point she bought a VHS tape specifically for me to watch. That was a strawberry shortcut one. Not shortcut, shortcake one. And it was Scratch and Sniff. Like the case for the VHS was Scratch and Sniff.
I swear every strawberry shortcake thing was like required to be Scratch and Sniff.
It was amazing.
I swear. Oh yeah, no, you're good. I'm not needing a mod.
It's just there wasn't one around at the exact second.
If you really needed something, just yell at me.
Yeah, if I really need something, Suwey is literally sitting next to me. It was more of I was just like kind of playing a game of chicken to see if one of the mods was gonna come out of hiding and shout him out or not, or if I was gonna do it. Because the mods sometimes come out of hiding when someone raids. And so I was giving them the opportunity. This leaf doesn't want to clean. There you go. Andy's the only one here, sort of. I mean, that's fine, it doesn't matter. Hey, Cody! I think Andy went to bed or something. I don't remember. Like how we keep having like the 2D bubbles come out. This is so cool. But yeah, no, this is very much childhood for me. Although, isn't Plankton's house supposed to be across from SpongeBob's house? No. No. Plankton doesn't have a house. He lives at the Chum Bucket. And the Chum Bucket is across from the Krusty Krab.
Right. With his wife, Karen.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Plankton has a wife.
Yeah.
I don't remember what she looks like at all.
She's a robot.
Oh, okay.
She's a monitor that rolls around.
Yeah, I have no recollection of this. So, yeah. But yeah, I'm one of those people where SpongeBob was in fact a good part of my childhood. And so playing this is very, very fun. And it's exciting to have it. Battle ready? I don't see that. Oop. It's nowhere near ready. It's still 20 minutes. Why can I not finish this leaf? Hello? Got that one. There we go. Okay. No worries, it happens. But yeah, SpongeBob, very much my childhood. You make quotes on the daily? Yes.
I know I do.
Yeah, Suwey is constantly making SpongeBob quotes. I don't even always get them.
True.
Most of the time I get them. But not always. Because it was like more Suwey's childhood than mine. But
Definitely more.
I definitely like watch SpongeBob more than a lot of my other peers though. Especially among girls. Oh no. Also, Jacob, how do you pronounce your last name? Or I don't know if it's your last name or whatever, but like I assume it's last name, but Catch? Okay, thank you. Cuz everyone was calling you Catch in your raid message, so I assume that's what you go by rather than Jacob. It's both? Okay. Imagination box? Oh, this is vague. I vaguely remember this. Suwey. Imagination box. It's a cardboard box.
Imagination land.
Oh, imagination! The thing with the rainbow! The imagination!
Imagination.
I don't know about this though. The reef blower?
What about the reef blower?
I don't remember it. From the show. What did they do with it?
I don't remember off the top of my head. That might have been a later season. I don't think so.
I don't remember it at all. He cleaned his yard. Okay. I have no recollection of that. Imagine how many friends you'd have if you were a dirt. I love how they're literally like texting you in game as SpongeBob and Patrick. SpongeBob would still be my best friend if he was a dirt. I love it. They're such children. It's great. I'm sure I annoyed my parents with how much I liked SpongeBob growing up. I don't remember Squidward having a bicycle.
Yeah, he did. He had one in when he went to the Squidward, when he moved into the Squidward neighborhood for a while.
I do not remember the Squidward neighborhood. That must have been a one episode thing. Okay. Trying to get the bike all the way clean. It's being kind of rude. Being rude and kind of hard to get. There you go. You got too annoyed at the place and moved out? Oh, yeah!
Super SpongeBob and Patrick, and he moved out.
And then he went there and he missed them.
Yeah. He thought everyone was really stuck up and boring.
He likes being the only stuck up and boring one. Though I don't actually know how stuck up and boring he was, because like I haven't watched the show as an adult, and of course I like would have been super skewed on my opinion of him as a kid.
There's a meme for that.
I know about the meme where you start off, you're either SpongeBob or Patrick when you're little.
You either live to be SpongeBob, or you live long enough to see yourself become the Squidward.
Yeah, you eventually become the Squidward with age. 'Cause he's really just a standard adult. And SpongeBob is an annoying little kid. Nah, I probably wouldn't be in the pineapple. Isn't there a bunch of theories behind, like, every character representing a different mental illness and stuff, too?
There's a lot of theories about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like SpongeBob being purgatory.
Like it being purgatory?
Yeah.
What? Well, that's really dark. I was unaware of this theory. Welcome back, Andy. We've been spending a lot of time talking about SpongeBob.
I imagine it's hard not to talk about SpongeBob when we're playing SpongeBob
Mm-hmm.
now.
QB said that how would the purgatory theory account for the movie where they go above water and meet David Hasselhoff? Maybe they went to heaven? Is how it works? Under that theory? Like, under the purgatory theory, how would it make sense with the movie where they...
Well, I mean, purgatory can be a world.
Yeah, but they go above ground and meet David Hasselhoff.
I'm not saying... No, the place isn't purgatory. Necessarily.
Oh, just the entire, like,
the
world
entire
building.
Universe is purgatory.
The entire universe. And they just happen to be underwater.
Yeah.
How have you never seen SpongeBob, Andy?
You, sir, are uncultured and evil.
What the heck? How's that even possible? Like, I thought you were old, but dang, you must be really old. It was after your time? But, like, SpongeBob is amazing! You should have watched it anyway. SpongeBob was definitely made as a show that the adults could enjoy too. Power Rangers, Transformers, Thundercats, and Digimon. That stuff was way too old when I was growing up. That wasn't cool, that was just old. You never watched Simpsons much, if at all?
What about the episode
Yeah, I'm
where
that way with The Simpsons,
SpongeBob and Patrick
too.
have to repaint Mr. Krabs' house.
They have to repaint his house?
But don't paint. Don't get any paint on me first dollar.
Oh, don't get any paint on me first dollar. I vaguely remember this.
They make a giant paint bubble, and they go, and Patrick, stop! You can't make it any bigger. And he just goes, oh, nonsense! And he makes it even bigger.
I vaguely remember this.
It's hilarious. You want to know what's better than one giant paint bubble? 2 giant paint bubbles!
One of the core memories I have with SpongeBob is also the Tough Man Club. Or they're not a Gooby Goober, was it?
You're a goofy goober cat. I'm a goofy goober cat.
Right? Was that it?
From the movie.
Oh no. What was the Tough Club then?
What?
The Tough
That's
Club.
The Salty Spittoon.
Where only tough men can go.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Squidward just casually part of that? No? Okay.
Otherwise, you gotta go to Weenie Hut Juniors.
Oh yeah! What do you had Judy's said? I had SpongeBob Kim Possible. I had Kim Possible a bit, but I didn't watch Danny Phantom. I watched like SpongeBob. I really liked Blue's Clues. I liked Dora. I was at the right age when Hannah Montana was big. But animated, I mean, when I was really little, I loved Bob the Builder. I remember there was a British show that I really liked. It's all coming back to me now. We did clean up last night. I remember, I think it was called Maisie. This British show I really liked. Gary and I got our second in wind and tackled the stubborn steins, and Patrick sleep cleaned the rest with the leaf blower. Go team! It was Paddington Bear and Winnie the Pooh. I liked Winnie the Pooh. I didn't watch it a ton, but I did like it. For me, it was like Blue's Clues all the way, though. Like, Blue's Clues was everything when I was, like, really little. I did like Teletubbies quite a bit, too. Which I know is, like, a weird opinion because most people found it to be cursed. And then I was over there loving it. Because I was like too little to really understand the cursed nature of it. Yeah, I liked Teletubbies and I watched it when I was really little. PowerWash Sim has had co-op for a while. It's definitely not new. I'm missing the same spot over there. Was it really? I was too little to understand it. I didn't watch I wasn't able to access many episodes. Because the only episodes I watched I found like on demand. And there was only like 1 or 2 that was like included in the on-demand service we had. But I watched what I had access to. Was when on demand was like a relatively new thing. This I think it was new. I found like 1 episode of it that was free to watch, and then I was really angry that I couldn't find more. And I never really did find more. My mom might have had something to do with that. I don't know. To be honest, like, I have no idea how it worked. I was a little kid. Some episodes gave you existential dread. I don't think I watched those. I only watched a couple episodes. But I really liked what I did see. I think my mom was just like, this is a weird one. Why do you like this one? And I was like, Mom, I want to watch more. And she's like, no, that's it for you. So she probably just understood it way better than I did. I just thought it was fun that they had TV screens on their bellies and they could show things on it. I thought it was really cool. And that's about as far as I understood. So I have a feeling my mom probably watched it with me and was like, what the heck is this? This is not for my young child. I have never heard of the Tweenies. No, the show that I watched that was British was Macy. It was Masie. Oh, there was another one too. There was another British show I really liked. It had a bunch of different shaped creatures. That does not help at all. I think they were like elephants. I think there was like... I think there was an elephant in it. It was pretty vague and an old memory, as you can tell. Now I need to look it up. Because I feel like there was another one. Okay, British children's cartoons, 2000s. Oh, Charlie and Lola. I liked that one. I'm like vaguely remembering something and I'm not seeing it anywhere. Oh, I loved Rugrats. This is a huge list. I'm not gonna get through it anytime soon. This is like all kids shows during that time. Yeah. I liked Clifford the Big Red Dog. I'm now just looking at a list of shows from the early 2000s, like kid shows. Or just from the 2000s in general, yeah. This specifically says British, but I don't think all of them are actually British. They might be. There's a lot on here, though. I guess Bob the Builder might have been British, actually. It's weird. Huh. Oh, is it Jibba Jabba? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Yo Gabba Gabba? Maybe that's what you're thinking of?
Maybe.
It's probably Yo Gabba Gabba.
Yo Gabba.
Yo Gabba Gabba was a like high school project that got turned into a PBS show.
No, that's not what I'm thinking of.
Yo Gabba Gabba.
What am I thinking of? I think what I'm thinking of was British, but it might not have been. I loved Macy. Oh, it's with a Y. Macy is. Loved that one. That sounds familiar. Olivia? I might have watched that, but not really. Why did my music stop? Hello? My internet didn't drop. Why is this broken? We'll close it and reopen it. What's this? Yeah, I'm not finding the thing I'm like vaguely thinking of. I have no idea what I'm thinking of, actually.
Are you sure it's not Yo Gabba Gabba?
Yes. I'm thinking of something animated.
Yo Gabba Gabba was partially animated.
Was it?
Yeah.
Hold on. I do not see animation. This is all live action when I look it up.
I thought it was partially animated.
Oh, it looks like it was all live action. Maybe with like some SFX. Not SFX, VFX, but it's definitely live action. I might be thinking of an old Nickelodeon show or Cartoon Network show. 2000 Cartoon Network. I didn't watch much Cartoon Network, but I watched it a little bit. Why is the music still not running? Hello? Am I the only one with like nothing running right now? Is there anything in general about it? No. Of course I stream late at night, so if there's issues on this, like, there aren't people around to take care of it. I'll create a ticket really fast. Nothing. Oh wait, let me try this. My music isn't working. Oh yeah, it's down. I can switch to
YouTube?
Yeah, I can switch to
the
Lo-Fi Girl. Oh no, I want the current stream. Where's the current stream? There I go. Alright. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted, but now I need to keep going here. I liked Ben 10 quite a bit. I remember. Let's move this here so I don't accidentally close it. Oh, Kailu! I loved Kailu. No, I didn't. Did I? No, that's before my time. That's after my time, or is it not? I don't remember. No, I'm thinking of Arthur. I liked Arthur.
Say Caillou. A lot of people didn't like Caillou.
No, I think I watched Arthur. I'm getting it mixed up.
Caillou's kind of a bastard.
Yeah, I think it was Arthur I'm thinking of. I loved Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, though.
Oh, heck yeah.
I would go out of my way to look out Cartoon Network for that.
No, Coco. If we did that, we'd go to jail.
Yeah.
It's my favorite, absolute favorite quote from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
I loved it. Like, I didn't watch most of this stuff on Cartoon Network, but I would, like, look at it when I wasn't sure what to watch, and if Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends was on, I would go out of my way to watch it, and then I would, like, I think at one point I had it memorized what time it came on. The Land Before Time was Cartoon Network?
Land Before Time is sad.
I remember really liking it. I have no idea what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I think I watched the movie of Land Before Time. Anyway, let's get back to what we're doing. I got very distracted, as one does. Yeah, that's the one nice thing about Lo-Fi Girl. I know I can always use it if I want to. They do ask that people, like, mention it when they are listening to it, but I've mentioned it, so we're good. You know? Oh my gosh, I'm missing so many spots. Look at this. It looks clean, but no. That's gonna be a problem. I do not remember Squidward having a lawn chair on his roof. I do not remember this gimmick. I remember as a kid not liking Squidward, though. What did you think of Squidward when you were a kid, Suwey?
I thought he was pretty funny.
I didn't like him.
Well,
I found him
supposed to
annoying.
like him. He's ruining SpongeBob's fun.
Yeah.
But I thought he was a good bouncing board off of SpongeBob.
I didn't think that in depth. I just went, wow, he's not letting them
Well, I
have
didn't
their
think that in
fun.
depth either. But I thought he was funny with SpongeBob around. Because he made SpongeBob funnier. Because he pointed out the ridiculousness of SpongeBob. Which made it fun.
See, I just didn't like him at all. Pretty sure I thought he made SpongeBob more annoying. I do not remember him yelling at SpongeBob to get off his yard. He really was the fun police, but you always knew he had more than enough reason to get annoyed. See, I thought he didn't have reason. I didn't understand why he was so annoyed all the time. Hey, Blind, how was your co-working stream tonight? How was your co-working stream? I was just about to take a bite of food. Hold on. In 27 months, I really appreciate it, man. I super appreciate it. Nerev, welcome on in, Frog for Hire. Hello, hello. You have a Ryzen 7 that works, and now you're gonna get away from this PC? Do it. Do it. Bye. Have a good time. Do what you gotta do. I appreciate it. See ya. Hey, Norstat, how are you doing? Also, those of you who do not know me, hey, have a good one. I am Suwey. I play a large variety of games here on Twitch, mostly indie games. That's my big focus. What else do I say? Mostly wholesome games, lots of management sims, lots of, I do some survival-y games, I do RPGs, anything cute. He did a co-working stream. He streamed on his second channel today and popped a raid.
Also, I heard something about a Ryzen 7.
Yeah, he installed a Ryzen 7.
He upgraded? Oh.
Yeah.
Which Ryzen 7?
I don't know. He didn't say.
I mean, it's a good choice. Anyway, either way.
This is PowerWash Sim. It is the SpongeBob DLC that they just added.
It's not like we both don't also have a Ryzen 7.
It's new.
It's new much. It's probably the new gen.
You're not sure if you've not lurked since you graduated? Hey, what'd you graduate in, dude? Oh, the Pixel game? Yeah, that's Stream Raiders. It's just like a little side thing that we have up all the time. We only show it once every 30 minutes. Oop. Okay, I'm a little worried. I hate it. Why does it not wash nicely? I think the problem is this Squidward's house is really hard to tell if it's clean or not, just visually. 'Cause it's speckled. But yeah, we only show it for a minute or two every once in a while. Masters in social work? That's so cool. I'm so happy for you, dude. Have you gotten a job already, or are you looking? Or was it like a, you were gonna get a promotion and just had to do that first type thing? Whichever way it is, I'm like super happy for you. But I am curious which way around it is. I got my bachelor's a year ago and no luck with the job search yet. But it's okay. You're hired by the place you interned at? Oh, that's so cool, dude. Hype. That is so awesome. I never managed to land an internship, so it made the resulting job search even harder. Love it. So if the dirt was dealt with, but our houses were all filthy again by the time we woke up, it can only mean one thing. Oh boy, what does it mean, SpongeBob? We're off the hook. Working on an application process for a place that's finding your expertise after several years. Yeah, I want to do project management. Specifically, I'd like to go into the tech field, but honestly, I'll take any kind of project management I can get at this point. But it's just like, the job search just ain't going well. This economy doesn't want to hire juniors. Nobody is willing to hire junior workers, recent grads in this economy. So the number of recent grads that we have coming out of school compared to the number of open jobs is just atrocious. So I'm doing my best, but I haven't had an interview in quite a while at this point. Alright, I think I got the whole Squidward house. So now I got Patrick's house. So boy! So boy, look at this dirt stain! Patrick was there. You're a travel consultant, so you get difficulty in finding places? Ah, I bet that is hard. That sounds like a difficult industry. And thank you. Thank you. I'm doing my best. Hopefully I get somewhere soon, because it's very frustrating not working. But, you know, it's alright. I'm very much a person that thrives off having like set structure in my life, and I also don't really have the self-control to maintain that without like outside forces helping me. So it's been making keeping a consistent sleep schedule very hard. So, that's how it goes. Gotta say, Patrick's house is very satisfying to clean so far. The rock is super easy to clean. A positive side effects of the inadequate mental health field is there's no shortage of work. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely not wrong there. Everyone's always needing some mental health help. You know? Once I have a job, I'll start going to therapy. You know, it's more of a disposable income type thing, and I don't have disposable income, so... Once I have a job. Which, isn't now. Fun fact. Wildlife? Like me looking in a wildlife area park? What do you mean? I mean, I'm looking at project management. And I want, like, a desk job. I've pretty much just, like, searched project management or, like, project manager, project coordinator, that sort of thing. On websites, and I've searched both locally and remote. But I can't move because Suwey is starting his own business up, and it's like an in-person business. And he already has a clientele set up and everything, so moving isn't really an option. Not that I want to move. I really like it here, and I'm finally getting like nice and established. I'm starting to finally have like a doctor I like, and all of that stuff. Doctor I like, I have stuff set up, like I'm in part of an allergy center thing, so I get weekly allergy shots, and that's all set up and good with my assurance and everything. What is that pointing at? Subway. Look at the bottom of Patrick's house. I love the stars everywhere. You can tell where he's been. So boy can do a really good Patrick voice.
No, this is Patrick.
There we go. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No. That was from an episode, wasn't it? So boy, was mayonnaise being an instrument part of an episode?
Think so. Probably. Sounds like something Patrick would do.
Band Geeks?
Oh yeah, the band episode.
I don't really remember. Like, I vaguely remember there being a band episode, but I don't remember.
It's And then everyone fails Squidward, and everyone's just sad, and then they come together and become a really amazing band.
I also kind of remember being sad that there weren't more female characters in the show. Because only, like...
There's Sandy, there's Mrs. Puff.
Yeah, but there's so much minor of characters. All of the main characters are male.
Well, yeah. There's also Mr. Krabs' daughter.
Oh, Mr. Krabs' daughter. What's her name? She's a whale.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure they do a lot of fat jokes with her.
No?
No?
Not that I know of.
I remember wrong.
I don't remember that.
I remember her having those. You don't think starfish and sponges work like that? Don't worry about it. Pearl.
There you go.
Chat got it. I'm very confused, Frog. I'm not sure what exactly you're talking about. I remember, like, the first time I saw them show, like, inside of Patrick's house, I was shocked how much there was to it. Because I legit just thought that he lived, like, under a flat rock.
Yeah, that was part of the joke. Oh boy, 3 a.m.
And I was, like, shocked when I found out he didn't just live under a flat rock. What am I missing? I didn't finish the bubble stand? I really didn't finish it. Wow. I forgot the underside of this, apparently. There we go. Oh, the container is its own separate thing. Okay. Okay. I didn't finish the garage door either. Good job, Suwey. How did I miss so much? Which panel did I miss? This one. There you go. Bad times your roommates and you do the oh boy it's 3 a.m. is a sizable amount. I love it. Plane temperature, it's asexual, and other invertebrates are usually... I don't know what that means.
I ripped my pants.
I vaguely remember the ripping the pants thing.
You remember?
I remember the driving school.
He went to the driving school a lot.
Well, that's why I remember it.
Because he could never drive.
He kept trying, though. He never gave up. And it's not from a lack of wanting to drive. It's very obvious SpongeBob wanted to drive. Barnacles be gone. Your angry little squirters wonder. Sandy's gonna see this thing. She's gonna love it. Bikini Bottom Bus. Oh, this is from the movie. Oh, we got Squidward here. Allow me to introduce myself. Squidward Tentacles. Artist extraordinaire. Virtuoso clarinetista. Cultivator of taste and talent. Pleased to meet you. I'm looking for an insy-wincy favor before you split town. You see, Bikini Bottom and Gala Night is being held at Fancy this evening, and I plan to showcase some of my most accessible stand-up comedy. I'll be warming up the audience with one-liners to begin with, so tried a few out on the bus in the town. Just as I was getting in my flow state, the bus driver must have inexplicably let go of the wheel and covered his ears. I guess he must have developed some kind of rapid onset ear infection. Consequently, the bus careened straight off a cliff and down the incalculable distance into Crush County. Luckily, it soft landed in the sludge and survived the immense pressure on the journey back. But we need to clean it up so I can write it in time for my set. If you can fit us in, I'll tell you my best joke. What are they going to say is Squidward's best joke? This is definitely from the movie. This is the exact... We were just talking about the candy machine and the bus. Look!
I forget what the place is called.
Bus station.
It's like the lower Bikini... It's not lower Bikini Bottom. It's a different city.
Uh-huh. Oh gosh, I hate it even more in game. This is horrifying. Well, if you can read that, it will tell you what it is. No, it's just rock bottom.
That's what it is.
Okay, you're doing it. Terrific. Here's my best joke. What's gray, has 8 legs, and dies after mating? Oh no, wrong book. Hang on. Your Squidward was a George Carlin fan? Don't know if his best joke would be TOS? Oh no. I don't know who George Carlin is. Hey, have a good one, George. Sleep well. Wait a minute, what book was that? Life cycle of the octopus. Is this someone's idea of a joke? Who gave this to me? Oh, my love, mother. His mom gave him the book. I love it. Alright. You tell a great dirty joke? Ah. I don't know. I watched SpongeBob as a kid only. I never watched it as an adult, so like I'm sure there's many jokes I don't know.
There's a bunch of jokes.
Oh, I'm sure. The way the show is, there's no way that there isn't really good jokes of that nature. Found it. Alright, what's your joke, Squidward? How does a pirate ask another pirate what regional accent it has? Oh boy. No, that's terrible. Stay with me. Well, I'm still here, Squidward. You figure out your joke. It was just SpongeBob by himself that got stuck down in rock bottom, right?
Yes. Because Patrick left him on the bus and didn't tell him the bus came.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then SpongeBob ran up a 90-degree angle to try and chase the bus and then fell.
Right.
Yep.
That's rude of Patrick to just get on the bus and not say a word to SpongeBob.
Patrick,
He just didn't think about it.
yeah, he just does it.
He goes, oh, I'm supposed to go on this bus. That's the bus number I'm supposed to go on. You think that's what he's thinking?
Well, now I take the bus.
Ah, here it is. My greatest joke. This is definitely it. Which ancient cephalopod demanded a seat at King Neptune's table? The Ammonite. I don't get it at all. Ammonite. Ammonite. Get it? Oh. I really expected the joke to be better. I'm sorry, Squidward. I expected more from him. Alrighty. Yo. I used to take this bus to school every day. Says Patrick. Every day I'd have to give it back. So boy, they have Patrick say, I used to take this bus to school every day, and every day I'd have to give it back.
Wait, Patrick was driving? That sounds horrifying.
Right? I don't think he was doing it with permission.
Doesn't sound like it, but either way, he's driving?
Sure is.
Actually, wait, I'm pretty sure Patrick passed driving school.
Did he?
I know he went for, like, a day.
He might have decided it was too hard. I don't know. My SpongeBob knowledge is not great enough for this. If anyone's gonna know every single reference, it's gonna be Suwey. Morning, Dominic. How's it going? We're cleaning Bikini Bottom.
Rock bottom.
Rock Bottom right now, yeah. But... oh yeah, and weren't like the people at Rock Bottom like super sketchy in the movie too?
It's not a movie, an episode.
It's an episode?
Yeah, it's just an episode.
Why do I remember this one
Because
episode?
it took so long. It wasn't like long in the fact. It just felt long because it was creepy.
Like, I really remember this episode.
Mm-hmm. It was a lot of SpongeBob. It's very iconic and very memorable.
I know, there's a good amount that's not.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You'd be surprised at how much SpongeBob is just hits. Upon hits, upon hits, upon hits.
Yeah, but there's episodes.
Like, what about the Krabby Patty when he's teaching you how to make a Krabby Patty? Dee-da-dee, dee-da-dee-da.
Nope. Like, I remember the episode existing, but that's as far as it goes for me. Like, you tell me that episode existed and I go, oh yeah, no, that sounds right. But that doesn't mean I have a memory of it. You know? But there's many things that sound like they could be a SpongeBob episode. I bet there's a lot of stuff where if you told me it was a SpongeBob episode, I would believe you hands down without like a second thought. What have I missed? Oh. There we go. I didn't finish the propeller, my bad. There we go. Inner wheel. One of these. That one. Windscreen frame. Oh, it's probably this right here. Looks... Oh, I see. Here's the dirt. There we go. Boom. Alright. I never thought I'd say this, but that looks good as new, if not better. Thanks to you, the people of Bikini Bottom can get a real taste of what sophisticated humor and song should sound like. Oh boy. I'm just eating dinner while the battle runs. It's green beans, rice, and cordon bleu chicken. It's a simple but healthier dinner.
But it's good.
It is good. There you go. Yes, we get to clean the crusty crab! Mr. Krabs, you know the only thing worse than eating chum? Having it draped all over your business. I don't know what's gone into that scoundrel Plankton, but he's gone too far this time. If this is yet another diversion so he can try and steal me secret Krabby Patty formula, then, like all his previous attempts, it's doomed to failure. I would say he don't have two brain cells to rub together, but he don't have two of any cells to rub together. Please wash me Krusty Krab down as fast as you can. Every chum covered minute is $1 lost. I know I can't do the voices, I'm sorry. I'm gonna check if this has any hidden stuff. Apparently some of them, if you wash them lightly, they have like hidden graffiti and stuff, someone said. I think that might be base game they were talking about though. Oh, this one. This one does. What are you doing washing down the Krusty Krab? You should be helping me, you incredible nitwit. Krab started by covering my chum bucket with a complex array of dirty circles. Please, I'll pay you. I see, so the graffiti is very obvious. Fun! They have the conch! This is sexy Squidward. I don't know who Fred is. I vaguely remember the dolphin. Then the Squidward image. Oh my gosh. This is so good. Camp Coral for life. Dogfish. Hearts. Catfish. Barnacle head. A nut. Starfish rule. I love it so much. Good morning, Menace. How are you doing? Okay, so I see it's very obvious when they have the graffiti. I don't know. I don't think... Oh, we can definitely do some hangman right here. Oh yeah, it might just be this then. I love it. Oh, there's mayo there. Okay, it was Andy's word. Hold on. What? I lost track. Oh, that crab smells. What is this? Oh, it's chum. Okay. Yeah, if nobody gets it right away, they won't get it, but... Alright, guys. Hitman time. It's not a requirement. And? Mm-hmm. There are no S's. We're doing some hangman on the back of the Krusty Krab. Mm-hmm. There's one E. R? There's no R. I'm gonna take a couple more bites and then I'll write it. You're not bad. You're making good guesses. T? There's no T. A? Yeah. There's no G. M? Oh, there's one at the end too. Yep. Alright, dude, so you who won, you got you got three options here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to random.org and go through my list of Steam keys. And you can either decide to have the Stream Raider skin key instead. You can choose someone who gets the game if you don't want one. But you have to say it by the time I finish reading the description of the game that it will be. So you have till I figure out what your game is and read the description. And you get to pick whoever you want to get it, and they have to deal with having that key now. If they do get it, but it has to be someone who's in chat. That is the one rule. They do have to be in chat. Right, dude? I see that and all I can think of is Final Fantasy. So I'm figuring out what the key is gonna be. Alright, I found a less popular game, so it's gonna be this. It is Demon Turf, the 3D platformer with attitude. Join Beebs in her ambitious goal of taking over the Demon Turfs and becoming the Demon Queen herself. Jump, spin, and punch your way across turfs with unique mechanics like momentum-driven combat and self-placed checkpoints. Time to face the Demon King. Alrighty. And I am whispering it to ya. Enjoy. Aww. Yeah, reading is so fun. I have a static that I'm part of right now. We could probably do a word across here. Do you want to give a word? You have a second if you want to, MJ. Dragon. Are you gonna... Yep. Alrighty, let's go ahead. If you want to pick a word, MJ, feel free to whisper it to me. You have a few seconds. I gotta set up this giveaway anyway. So what Dragon has redeemed is the Steam Key giveaway where I'll actually update it anyway right now too. But I have a list of keys. There's like almost 300 games on the list. And you get to pick anything you want from the list if you happen to win. So exclam ticket.
Hope you're staying cool this summer.
Oh, thank you, GP. Yeah, I am. We have a really nice AC, so yeah. Hey, Narev, if you're on US servers, my group is technically looking for a melee DPS. It would be on a trial basis, but my group is needing a melee. Just saying. I'll update the list right now, though. Oh, no! You're white mage, you mean? Yeah, we have a white mage. I am the scholar. Okay, let me see game key options. Hold on, I'm loading the document up. Yee! I love Scholar. It's so fun to play. Anyway, the key list is up to date now. Did I get whispered a word? No, I didn't. Okay. Wait, is this... Hold on. Okay, this works. Hey, welcome back, Menace. Alright, I'm ready. Welcome back, dude. How are you doing? Mm-hmm. N. Right there. I'm good. Also, guys, make sure you do exclam ticket. You'll get a chance to pick a game of your choice from a list of, like, a lot of games. There's no O. No S. There's no L. There's no I. Gosh dang it, Brennan son. You're back, huh? Object store sliding. Oh, you saw the little things right there? Yeah. You typed into rolls. How do you explain that one? Alright, well, you know the drill. There is Stream Reader skins up for grabs too if you'd rather do that. But you gotta tell me by the time I would otherwise give you a name. Also, there is a Steam Key of your choice giveaway going right now that's separate from everything else. Exclam ticket. Dominic can have it? Okay. Dominic. It's okay. It's gonna take me a second. This might be an old. Nope, this one is not old enough to put in this. We are keeping going. Wait, I'm confused. This is free. Oh, it has a 1 hour of free. Interesting. I've seen that before. It doesn't actually meet the requirements though, so I gotta keep going. Yeah, you still get to pick the word, Vernon Sun. This game is exactly $10, so I'll go ahead and throw it out. Let me double check Dominic doesn't have it though. Because I have him on Steam. Oh wait, it's not showing everybody that has it. Dominic has this one. I gotta keep going. Hold on. There we go. Dominic doesn't have this one. Alright, Lost Winds. Wield the awesome powers of Enril, the Wind Spirit, to guide and protect young Toku through this unique platform adventure. Worst demo you've ever heard of, right? Ooh, I like it. I like it. Because I think I can fit onto the chum bucket. The color's different enough. They're gonna have to be small, but it should be okay. Well, that's your problem. You figure out what to do with it. By the way, Vernon, I am switching it from plural to singular. Because I don't do plurals when doing this. Sorry, I know it does technically work better with plural, but... Wait, what? What am I doing? So I'll put the actual letter above it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm sorry, dude. There's no A or P either. There's no H. Nope. Are you genuinely guessing Q here, or are you raging? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no Q. There is a U. What's the difference at this point? We're all reaching, yeah. So there's a U on the second letter and it ends with an E. That's all we got. Nope. I mean, in some ways it's pretty equal to Jacuzzi in my opinion. It's okay, we'll keep drawing features on the poor guy. He has a hat. L? Okay. Yeah, so second to last letter. I apologize it being awkward like that. I messed up. No F. He gets a shoe. No N. He gets another shoe. I'm gonna stop running. I'm gonna start running out of things to give him. Yeah. I mean, it is a meaner one, but yes. No N, I already said it. It's J. It's not J. There's no J. There's no C. He now has hands. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now remember, whoever types the word the fastest here. There you go. Narev. Go ahead and let me, do you want a key for a Stream Raider skin, which is, it's a summer rogue, or do you you're going to get a random Steam key, or you can give it to someone else, but you have to say their name in chat before I finish reading the description of whatever the game ends up being. So we're going to start on 158 and go down. That's too popular. Heck it, I'll give you this one. It's like on the edge of being too popular, but I'll go ahead and throw it your way. Hey Spine Spasm, how's it going? Yeah, pretty much, Andy. This is Mother Gunship. Mother Gunship is a bullet hell FPS where you craft your own guns, fight gigantic bosses, and defeat a robotic alien armada that conquered Earth. Face off against overwhelming odds and brutal non-stop combat where thinking on your feet is the only way to survive. Yeah, it's like just at that popularity limit for the giveaway on this, so yeah. You got lucky. It's one that's just on the limit of being able to be given it in this. If you would like to pick the next word, feel free to. I'm gonna wash this for a second so you can have a chance to do so. Alright, I will check if you gave me something. You did. I will go ahead and use that. Alrighty. Wait, did I do that wrong? No. E. Here you go. There's no N. Will there ever be an N? I don't know, man. Come on, guys. I need more letter guesses. There's no A. There is an I. Oh, wait, there's an A. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm done. I'll fix that. I'll fix it. I won't do a line for the next mess up. M. There. There's no T. No L. No B. No C. Also, I am just assuming you spelled it right. I didn't double check it. I didn't double check. Oh, you did. Okay. Cool, cool. R. Right here. G, yep. Burning Sun getting it. I think Dominic was close. That makes sense. Oh, you just got lucky, okay. So let me know what you want me to do with the key. And I shall start going down the list. Dominic gets the key? Okay. I'm sorry, but you only get cut off at... I can make it so you get cut off at being given 2. Winning 4. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Oh, this one has recent reviews mixed. And it's only $10. I'll give this to you. This is Disciples Liberation. Disciples Liberation is a mature, dark fantasy strategy RPG with turn-based combat. Liberate the land of Nevendar and uncover the endless stories hidden within this richly detailed world where every decision has a consequence and every wrong move could be deadly.
Why did it need to call itself mature?
I don't know! It worries me too. It's rated mature for blood and gore, violence, language, and suggestive themes.
What?
I know, I expected way more from
I
it.
expected nudity.
I know, there's no boobs.
Why would you call yourself mature if it's not, there's no nudity?
Dominic goes, it calls itself mature, but I see no boobies.
I agree.
Oh, that word is just plain rude. Brennan's son, I'll do it, but it's rude. Yeah, it's rated mature and there's no boobs.
Oh, that's really cute.
What?
Oh, someone online combs their cat and takes all the fur and lets it out, like hangs it outside for the birds to use for nesting.
Do they actually use it?
Yeah, they'll come and take the cat fur
No.
and use it for nesting material.
What?
Because then they're gonna be all cozy, warm, and kitty fur. That's adorable. Other people do it with their dogs.
Apparently people will take the fur from their animals when they like brush or comb them and hang it outside for the birds to take and use for nesting material.
That's so cute. That's so smart.
That's so cool. I wonder if we could do it with my human hair. I have so much of it. It like constantly falls out. Right? Or would it be weird if it was human hair? You don't hang it, but yeah, you toss it outside for birds? Huh. Well, Suwey, I guess when we brush the cats, we're gonna have to toss the fur outside. How do you make it so the birds can actually find it, though? They're smart, fair enough.
Apparently, if you do it on with too long of hair,
Oh,
it can be bad.
oh, so you don't want it to be long
You don't want
hair.
it to be like a super long.
Oh, not even a long-haired cat.
Well, probably not like a long-haired dog.
Or dog,
Long-haired
okay.
cat's probably fine. It's like tangly. Cat fur
Mm-hmm.
doesn't tangle that.
Okay. This word... Okay. Ignore this DM, Suwey. You did not see it.
You looking for a car?
No. That's the next, word. Alright. Will I be going back to Haku Life? I never played it. I don't think I ever played it. I think I played it in my free time, IRL, for 2 hours, yeah. And I just didn't feel it. I did it not on stream. Okay, hold on. Okay, so there is an A. It's the last letter. Oh, that kind of blends in. I apologize. I don't know why it's so hard to see. The second letter is an E. And there's no N. There is a U. What? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. There's no M. There is an O. There's no L. There's no B or F. No R. We already did no N, but there's no R. There is an S. Is not sequence. I will tell you guys, I have this word on my other monitor from the game. This is a word I, as a native English speaker, have no idea how to spell. I know it exists, but I have no idea what this word is. Like, I know I wouldn't be able to guess this, like, spell this word if I tried to spell it, like, tomorrow, probably. Yeah. Like, I know what it is, but I genuinely don't know this word very well. Dragon Soul. If you know what it is, say it. I mean, I assume you probably have every game in my list. You have an absurd amount of games, if I remember right. It is Sequoia. It's a type of tree. It is a type of tree. I believe I found out about it. Oh no, because it's the, I found out about it because people, like, growing up would talk about going and seeing the sequoia trees in California because they're, like, some of the biggest trees on the earth. If not the biggest. Alright, well, you know the drill, Nerev. I am looking through now for you. This game's cheap enough, but it has a lot of reviews. Though it is a little on the older side. It's a potential option. I'm going to go down and see a couple more. See if any of them hit it better. This is definitely not better. I know that one's not better. I don't even need to look. Okay, I'll look at one more. Then I'll give you that. We're starting to run out of, like, lower tier games. Okay, we'll look at one more. This actually might be one that can be given. No, it has too many reviews. Okay, so you are going to get a game called Crazy Machines 3 on the basis that it is only $10. Like base, right now it's on sale for 99 cents. Crazy Machines 3 is the latest, greatest, most amazing, and craziest part of the series and fascinates once more with physics-based puzzles. Build your own crazy machines and share your awesomeness across the world thanks to Steam Workshop. Oh, Burning Sun gets it? Oh, you're so sweet. I'll say you got it on time. Here you go, Burning Sun. Alright, do you want to give me a word? I got more space on the chum bucket. Yeah, I'll clean a little bit and then I'll see if you've whispered me. Oh yeah, so click my name. Like, actually click on my name and then there will be a button that says whisper. I'll clean a little extra since you've told me you plan to whisper. So it's just a left click on my name and then it'll open up a little widget and you can press whisper from there. Oh, really? That was something I did not know you could do, Dominic. Huh. I thought you could only really use commands, like, in Twitch chat for that specific chat. That's really cool to know. I've always just clicked on people's names. Let's check if you've got it. You did. Okay. No, that's fair, Dominic. There is an N. There is an E. Two of them, actually. Yeah, 8 letters. Sorry, I know it's a little hard to see. There's no S. Just so you know, we don't do plurals, so if that changes what you would normally guess, just so you're aware. I know. Like, would you rather me not do it though? Because that's kind of the other option. I guess we could try to do the roof over there. There's no I. And no M and no T. There's an R. There's no C and no U. There's an A. Starts with A. There are 2 L's. It is allergen. Alrighty. You know the drill. I am now looking to see if what I'm gonna give you. So this is decently popular. It costs too much. Oh, this is small. This doesn't have a lot of reviews. So, EarthX. EarthX is a rocket company management sim. Go from launching small rockets on Earth to eventually building a colony on Mars. Create your own internet constellation. Develop new technologies. Supply the International Space Station. And terraform Mars. Want to do a region in Mexico at first? Is it's part of your project, but you thought it'd be unfair? Yeah, that would be. What? Okay. This is a word I'm not really familiar with. Like this. Google says that very much is a word, though. Yeah, I'm not really familiar. We're gonna go on the roof of, this for this. I did it wrong way around, hold on. Yeah, it might be really weird. I don't know if non-English speakers are gonna be able to guess it. And I don't really want to limit people. Okay, but the weird tree I know of. I'd never heard non-union. I have never heard that word before. You know, like, apparently it can be either not belonging or relating to a labor union, but there's also, like, like, it's when a bone in the body is unable to heal from a fracture. So, I've never heard of this before. You know. I don't know. I've never really heard the phrase, which might just be because I'm not like in a working company yet, but yeah. I've never heard it either. I love it. Okay. No queue. N? Yeah. E? Wait, no. People just use not? Yeah, in my experience. But there's an N right here. I almost completely cleaned this nail while doing that. R, alrighty. Remember, there is a Steam key giveaway going. Exclam ticket, you get any game of your choice from my key list. No A. There is no M. There's no C. Eh. It's gonna be weirdly drawn, it's fine. S. There are two S's. The only thing, like, with the ticket thing is you do have to be following to win. It is relentless. I finished a nail. As Burden said, Wheel of Fortune letters. You know, when they do, like, the final thingy, and then they give the RSTLNE. Oh, I didn't move that enough. Eh. Alright, let me go ahead and get this ready. Menace, you know the rules. You've heard them plenty of times. I'm just gonna go ahead and get going here. 282. So I feel like you're gonna loop. If this last game is not low tier, you're gonna loop. Oh, it is low tier though. Alright. So, oh wait, no, it wasn't you, it was Nerev, sorry. Sorry, Nerev got it. I messed that up. Yeah. Nerev, you know the rules. Yeah. No. I messed up. Andy. You get Suwey, the Ilvard Insurrection. In a world where magic and technology exist side by side, vampire princess Alwyn must reclaim her ancestral castle and her magic alongside her unlikely ally, treasure hunter Ragna Valentine. They may make for an odd pair, but when they combine their talents, the sky's the limit. Enjoy. You are too late to give it to someone else. So enjoy. If you wanna pick another word, let me know. Flashing and tech is your jam. Okay, so the ground is considered dirty. Look at that. Right? I could totally do words on this ground, but like this isn't dirty. So I don't think I could manage it. No. I couldn't. And then right here you got these ropes, which would be an issue. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if he gave me a word. Okay. Just ignore that, Suwey. That's the next word.
Did they guess the word?
No, it's just it's hard to spell.
No, the other one.
Yeah.
I accidentally gave a hint and nobody realized.
Yeah.
Because I said, are you looking for a car? Because there's the Toyota Sequoia, which is a minivan.
So I'm not gonna actually fill out any of the letters until the ad's done. There's one hint, yeah. Poor Suwey's being spammed. It's okay, he's used to it. Good morning, Finnan. How are you doing? It's okay, I'm not gonna do anything on it until that. I will just do some cleaning until the ad break's done. No harm in doing so. Hehe. Ding. I am watching it, and when it says it is done, we will go back to the hangman. Way too tired for sleeping. Then the next word is delinquent. No. None of those guesses are right. There's 1 more minute left of the ad according to the timer that Twitch gives me, so we shall wait 1 more minute. There I go. Finish the rear wall. Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. You're out now? Okay, I'm just waiting for it to say it's done. It says it has 40 more seconds remaining. For me, at least. You know, and I don't want anyone to be unable to guess or see the update because of an ad. That would not be cool. You know? There you go. Alrighty. I'm ready for letter guesses. The fountain? Oh, are you doing the dome fountain? T? There is a T. Yeah, that one took a while. Another bonus level that takes a long time is the golf course. That one's worse in my opinion. There's an N. There is also an I. Hi, Toofy. How's it going? You know the drill of what's going on. Oop. That is supposed to be an A. I'll just do that. It is ascertain. You got beaten to a burning. Alrighty, let's go ahead. Oh, and tonight, Toofy, you do have the option of getting the summer rogue skin in Stream Raiders if you don't want a key. 85. I'm going through the 80s a lot. This is not one that I will be given. Well, this one's like just not popular enough. Alright. So, Figment. Figment is an action-adventure game that invites you to explore a unique, surreal universe. Oh yeah, it was okay. I'll check in the person who won knew the rules. Anyway, filled with music, humor, and multi-layered narrative. Join Dusty and his ever-optimistic friend Piper on an adventure through the different sides of the mind, seeking to restore the courage that's been lost. Enjoy. And if you want to pick, I don't think we have space for another word. We might. So you can give me another word and I'll check if we have space. Make some leftover breakfast with fresh potatoes with diced Linta steak, onion, garlic, mixed with vegetable. That is, you do like really intense breakfast. Also, I know I'm in game. I'm literally just going and seeing if there's a place on the jump bucket that we can use still. We can fit up there. Yeah, we'll use up there. Ooh, I am too close. I'm gonna have to move it back. You guys will see in a second. This isn't that interesting. I'm just moving the standy thingy. Nope, a little further back. This can be more right. Yeah, this will be perfect. So I'll see if you've sent me a word, and if you haven't, I'll come up with something. In fact, I've already come up with something. Okay. I didn't move it over, my bad. Oh no. I'm not gonna fit that there. We'll see if I can go up top. I can. Might be able to fit it. I don't think so. I'll see. Yep, I got it. It's kind of hard to see each individual one of these, though. But that's okay. Eye? There is an eye right here. There is a bunch of L's. There we go. There's no N. But yeah, I think this is the last one because it's getting too hard to put more on. So I'll have to do more on the next level, assuming there is one. There is an A. No M. So it's blank blank LL blank 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 IAL. Dude. What? It's a hard word. Okay. So you know the rules. I'm just gonna go ahead and start figuring out what the game is. 161. And I shall search. This game's too popular. Oh, this is a good game. This is a very good game. Does it count? It's only $10. I'm not giving this on this. People have to go for this one. I like it too much. This game I'm attached to, but technically meets the requirements, so it's not in it. What is this? Oh, perfect. We got mixed 296 reviews. Out of Reach. Treasure Royale. Treasure Royale is a battle royale style game in which dozens of pirate crews face each other on the open sea, jungle islands, and dark caves. Navigate your ship, bombard enemies, find gear, but above all, find treasures. Metis needs a key? Got it. Hold on, let me remove a bunch of DMs here. It's getting busy. Alright. So that's all the word guessing for the exact moment. But if you guys do want a game key, make sure you do exclam ticket because you get to pick whatever game you want from the list, assuming that I have it still. Because I have given away a few, but they mostly won't be things that you will pick. You know, people most likely aren't going to pick a game that's like less than $10 or isn't popular, because they'll most likely see a game that they recognize and go, I want that one, you know? How am I supposed to like reach the entire hand here? Not sure about this one. Do I go up to the top and like parkour it? Yeah, we're also done for the exact second. Yep, it is a parkour thing. Got it. Alright. Echo got the top. Which might be one of the harder spots of it to get. I mean, get what I can from up here. Just because it's gonna be a tough thing to fully clean. So I want to make it as easy as possible for me. Alright. So Mr. Krabs thinks that by defacing my superior eatery, he would render me too busy to concoct an ingenious plan to steal his secret formula. Oh boy. Never in my wildest dreams did I think he was capable of such a foul deed. Alright. I'm doing my best to get this whole hand on the chum bucket because it's a weird shape and I want to be able to get it all. You know? I'm gonna get it all now rather than later. I've never heard of that word. I would have vetoed it. Well, if you're admitting to evil, how do we know for sure you're not using a hangman solver of some kind? I'm kidding, but the joke's there. I have to take it. Ah! Next word is xylophone, right? A rare earth element. Oh, well, I never did chemistry, so I wouldn't know. Oh. Hangman solver doesn't give you evil words. No, but it would help you solve the evil words. Oh boy, Goldie choke. Hard words for Google are in I mean, hard words for Hangman are in Google. Oh yeah, I'm sure. There's probably entire articles and lists with hard words to trip up your friends. You know? I bet you that's literally an article name. Difficult or hard words to trip up your friends in Hangman. I'd be surprised if that wasn't an article name, actually. Oh, there's a website, hangmanwords.com. That's amazing. Just an entire website of words that are hard for others to guess on Hangman. You're tempted with the word CRWTH. A Welsh musical instrument. Yeah, but it's a Welsh word, not an English word at that point. It was? Huh, I'm surprised that was a Wordle word. It feels like it'd be too obscure for that. I'm surprised. I guess they do obscure things sometimes. It was xylems? Gee. They really don't want people to have an easy time, huh? Anyway, I need to be able to get to the other handle. Diphthong? Oh yeah, that is a good one. No, I believe it's a... In reality, I believe it's a literary phrase. That is what it is. Like, it's a type of word. Or it might be an accent you put on. Or it might be like part of a word, a certain sound. It might be a word describing a sound. In literary words. I know the phrase, I just don't fully remember what it is. It's a literary thing.
Current word?
It's a phonetics. Okay. No. We aren't playing around at the moment, Suwey. We ran out of stuff to do in terms of like space. When you have no more space, you can't put more words down. So. There you go. A category to shoot for with words? I don't understand. Oh, it has the legal one. Like, in my opinion, ain't great. It's not consistent, see? Like, it works okay, but... You can come up with difficult Hangman words with a category? Oh gosh. Colors. Periwinkle. Red? Honestly, yeah, red would be hard. Turquoise could be hard to guess. Is that a German word for a color, Menace? Fuchsia, ooh, that's a good one. Umlaut is English? Okay. Is it an assault rifle? Ooh, mauve. That would be hard to guess. It's also a really pretty color. No, I'm just enjoying different colors. I like colors. Actually, quite a bit. I don't know, maybe that's weird to like colors. Especially because I'm on a crafty streak right now. Like, I'm just like, I want to craft things. I want to like knit. I want to sew. I'm planning to knit an entire sweater. I just bought the yarn today to do so. It was $30. I got the yarn on sale and I'm excited. Oh, and in the pattern I'm only an extra large, which is pretty cool. I thought I was gonna be like a 2X, but I'm an extra large. Though it is a unisex pattern, so that makes sense. You know, actually, I might want to remeasure. I may be below a large. I bought enough for a large, though. I'm definitely going to remeasure before I start making it. Unisex for Hangman? That one would be hard, actually. Vanta Black? Oh, true. Vanta Black's so cool. Haven't they been, like, actively working to make a darker Vanta Black? Isn't that, like, a thing? Isn't it, like, low-key a competition to make the darkest type of black among some people? I was trying to chat, trying to guess something with sex in it, right? Interesting, Andy. Alright. Oh yeah, Dominic, aren't you? Do you speak German? I don't remember where you're from off the top of my head. I believe you've told me, but I have a really bad memory. You're German? Okay. I am about, I think it was a third or a quarter German when I got my test back. Most of my known roots are German though, so like everything I know culture-wise that my family has done has been like German dishes. Because one guy made a dark black and patented it, then another guy came along and made a blacker black and allowed anyone to use it except the first guy. Is there with pink? Really? Dominic. No, it's because you guys started it, to be honest. You guys were mean to me first. Mods were. Back in the RimWorld days, like when I first started streaming, the mods were so rude. I don't know if you were there for any of the RimWorld playthroughs, Dominic. It's very German. If you accept mod status, you understand you're gonna be made fun of. That's part of the contract. You know the contract I made you sign, right, Dominic? The mod contract? Yes, yes? Ah, that's fair, Dominic. Elephant racing used to describe two semis slowly passing each other while going down a freeway. Yeah. I'm glad you understand. Don't listen to Plankton. He's just gone and covered his own chum bucket in muck to try and look all innocent, so he has. He must think I was spawned yesterday. I mean, it is just mud. There's nothing beyond mud in it, really. I mean, there's a random spots that are hard to clean like that, which is rust. Which, like, I guess that makes sense because it's a metal thing underwater, but it should have way more rust, honestly. Unless they have, like, some really good rust protectant on this thing. Because I know there's, like, products out there that exist to stop rust. I want to know what one is used at the chum bucket. Because what they're using, it must be the good stuff. Because he should be covered in rust. Forgot their nickel coating? Yeah. Am I pressure washing at the bottom of the ocean? I don't know. Try to logic out any of SpongeBob. All you need is more pressure? True. Actually. So I'll take care of what I can see on each level. As I can see it. Okay, it's done. I'm gonna have to probably move the ladder again to get the bee. sea? Nope. The sea is the only thing that needs more work. It's okay, I got more levels I can go up. Oh no, the M needs help too. There we go. There we go. Here. Imagine hiring someone to pressure wash and they just stand on like the edge of things. Like they're about to fall off constantly.
Imagine you pay someone to power wash and they start playing Hangman.
What? Nobody would do that. Nobody would play Hangman instead actually do the power washing. That's just absurd. Where do you get that idea from, Suwey?
I don't know. From my weird head.
You do have a pretty weird head.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, have you looked in the mirror?
Yeah.
He just was so convicted in the way he said, yeah. Mantis shrimp and their ability to punch. It boils water when mantis shrimp punch? Yeah, I don't fully understand how fires can exist underwater. Is it because there's oxygen in water? Is that what makes it possible? I'm actually asking. I'm enough fueling it fast enough and the water can't put it out. Okay. Huh. Wait, so do normal flares not work underwater, but you have to use like special underwater flares then? I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know this random scientific thing. I never was great at science. I never said I did well in science class. What is that? It's trust. Okay. Morally puts out fire by starving it of oxygen. If the oxygen is together with the fuel, it can do what it wants. Okay. Not sure if normal flares work or not. They might already have a source of oxygen considering how bright they burn. Makes sense. Makes sense. Ah, so this is just more intensive rust than that. I don't know. It's just, for some reason, polka dotted. It's the SpongeBob universe. What do you expect? Alright. They like their polka dots and SpongeBob. How am I supposed to fully clean that? Okay. Did I finish this? I did. Okay. Do as much of the arch as I can reasonably do. There I go. I know about the battle. 2 seconds. Water is dangerous? Yeah. I use water to form a wall? I'm not going to start another battle. The most I'm going to do is finish this map. We'll have to start here tomorrow. Because it's late and I do want some chill time before I go to bed. So, yeah. I will finish this level, but like, I don't know. It's really hard for me to guess how long a level will take, and I feel like I've done a good portion of this level, so I'm not gonna give it another, like, I'm not gonna guarantee another 30 minutes. Chlorine trifluoride. Put that fire out by owning a good pair of sneakers. What? I understand. How would owning a good pair of sneakers do anything? Those danger number signs with the 4 diamonds and the numbers on it? Possibly? Got a number in all 4 categories? It got 4 in all categories. What? Huh. I'm so confused. I never took chemistry. You either took physics or chemistry, and I chose physics for some reason. I don't know why I chose physics. It was pain and suffering, but I don't understand chemistry at all. I really don't know why I chose to take physics, though. I did it knowing it was the harder of the 2, and still did it anyway. It's not like we got a different teacher for one over the other. They both had the same teacher. What's covered in dirt, has 1 round leg, and likes hopping a lot. I don't know. Because whatever it is just left. Oh no. Patrick just watched something happen. Who knows what he saw happen, but he just witnessed something. No clue what that something he saw was, but, you know. It's Patrick, what can you expect? Where's in all fours means it's dangerous? Okay. Physics is just math, chemistry is complicated cooking, yeah. The Nazi stopped working with it because it was too dangerous? Jeez. That's pretty... wow. Because, like, Nazis were not afraid of war crimes. I can say that much. I know that much. I will say that's one thing that the US does cover is Nazi Germany, even though, like, you know, we don't cover a lot of world events. We did cover that. I don't think we really covered it until high school, though. I think that was more of a high school thing, and actually we covered it the best in English class. Because we were reading the Diary of Anne Frank. And so that's where I really learned about it, was in English class, because the teacher had to, like, teach us a lot about it so that we could have context for the Diary of Anne Frank. It doesn't have all fours, it's not flammable by itself. Okay, most world historic events happened before America was born. Yeah. That doesn't mean we cover them. I think I was taking my world history class, my middle school one, when I swapped schools and went back to state history. So I took a year and a half of state history when I was only supposed to take a year because of swapping schools. Because one school did it so in 6th grade you did your state history, 7th grade you did no, 6th grade was ancient history. 7th grade was state history, and then 8th grade was world history. And I got taken out like halfway through, I believe. I really don't remember anything from that class though. Like, I remember so little from 8th grade, it's kind of weird. I just know that the friend group I started with in 8th grade, I then had to swap friend groups because they'd kicked me out of the friend group because, I don't know, I wasn't cool enough for them. And then after that, I ended up switching schools halfway through the year. You're hoping they teach about chemistry so you can make your own fireworks? Oh no. Everything good thing that happened in history of the world has contributed to the US. Any bad thing was a problem for us to solve. I mean, to some degree it feels like they teach like that. You're not wrong. In some ways, I was glad to go to a very liberal high school. Like, everyone was extremely liberal there. And, like, it was nice because it wasn't just patriotism in our history. Like, they actually did focus on things beyond just US stuff. You know, like my English class doing Diary of Anne Frank, it, you know, actually taught about non-American things. I'm kind of sad. The only time I remember school really focusing on other cultures was in elementary school when we learned a lot of, like, they did do quite a bit of focus on other cultures. And I wish that there had been more focus on learning about different cultures when we were older and we could have, like, understood it better. You know, because in elementary school they did, like, a Christmas around the world thing. They did, stuff like that. The US spent most of the 20th century cleaning up Europe's mess. And causing most of Middle East's mess. Yeah, I hate it. I'm very, like, anti-military spending. But at the same time, like, I also do realize that it's necessary because there's a certain status quota that's now forced on us. And if we were to get rid of it, we'd be at risk of attack. So it's like this whole catch-22. From what I know. Because it's highly likely we would be attacked if we didn't have the strongest military. But also I hate that we have the strongest military. But I do appreciate the safety that it offers us. So it's definitely a double-edged sword. Having British and French diplomats carve the Middle East up in arbitrary nation states that have no relation to their ethnic and tribal groups isn't a good idea. No, it's not. I took a class that was all about the Middle East. I thought it was going to be about, like, it was a culture class, but then they spent, like, almost the whole time doing history, which sucked. I really wanted to learn more about the culture, but it's fine. And it was pretty crazy hearing about how much the US has done to the Middle East. Like, it's bad. Patrick, you're a genius. Those dirt circles on the chum bucket are exactly the same as those left on our houses on Conch Street. Patrick probably did it. Let's investigate. You can't go around being a big dirt-heaving hopper without someone seeing something. I have a feeling it was Patrick. Also, I'm pretty sure Dirt Heaving Hopper was supposed to be a slinging slasher reference. Each plank is its own thing. That's gonna be a ladder situation. Or scaffolding. Let's go ahead and take care of this clamshell. The signpost for the Krusty Krab. Alright. Like so. And then it's gonna be the line here that got missed, and then likely also, yep, small line right here. US Navy is the second largest air force in the world. Jeez. You put the top 9 outside the US, so you put them all together, doesn't equal US's military? Wait, really? That's so absurd. I hate it. I don't like it. Although that's slowly changing, the US is retreating from that role. It's going to make shipping interesting of the rest of this century. Why do you say that? Iran is hijacking and drone bombing cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The US doesn't really care anymore. Don't even know what that means, to be honest. We have like the 4th and 10 largest air forces in the world. Krusty Krab. I wonder if the Krusty Krab sign is in this kind of shape because their daughter, because Krabs' daughter is named Pearl, and this is a clamshell, which is where you get pearls from. Like, that's not a coincidence, right? Or is it a coincidence? It's the first thought you've never considered? Yeah, right? I mean, it makes sense. Like, it makes sense that that would be the branding because he loves his daughter, Pearl. And clamshells make pearls. Hey, Bobbin! How are you doing? I am heading to bed fairly soon, just a warning for ya. So you're a little too late to get any hangman out tonight. You would have to been earlier. You missed it. There's always next time we do it, though. Go. Yeah, it's getting late here. It is like... Oh, I finished that. I don't think I finished the pull, though. No, I didn't. think I'm gonna have to move this over. You're horrible at Hangman, that's fair. 2:40 a.m. there? Yeah, it's pretty similar here. It is 12:40. And I'm on an okay-ish sleep schedule right now, I'd say, so might as well not completely ruin it. Well, it's not perfect. It's not that bad right now either. Yeah, heat will force you to have a good sleep schedule. It be hot out. Oop, I fell. And pretty soon it's gonna be like real hot in the morning. Meaning we're gonna wanna be up before the heat starts. You know? Why is this rope still dirty? Oh, because the flags are getting away in the way when trying to clean it. I see. Did I get the rope there? Yeah. Got red mage. Ayy. I mean, I'm gonna clean everything by the end. Don't know if I'm gonna finish this level tonight. We'll see. I think I will. Ew! I don't have much left. It's just a little bit of the Krusty Krab left. I already finished the chum bucket. So boy, if you could try any food from the SpongeBob universe, what would you try?
Isn't that obvious?
The Krusty Krab burgers?
It have to be a Krabby Patty.
I want to try the Krusty Krab pizza. Is the pizza for you and me? The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
There was the kelp shakes. Those were turning people green.
I want to try the Krusty Krab pizza. Is the pizza for you and me? You're getting ice cream? Where did you get ice cream from? Did you get some I can have? Okay, that's fine. I don't know if he's gonna come back with some for me and I'm gonna be really happy, or if he's just gonna come back and have some for himself. I'm gonna be kind of sad if he comes back with ice cream and there isn't any I can have. Not gonna lie. I will be sad if that is the case. And I kind of expect him to come back with some for me. Yeah, lactose. Also, like, I know his dad bought some ice cream lately that has peanut in it, so I can't have that. Because it's highly possible that if I have too much peanut at some point, I will develop an anaphylaxis. Because I had a reaction to peanut. A very odd reaction. A reaction that's kind of pointing towards anaphylaxis. Lactose, there's a Hangman word, right? Krusty Krab pizza. Or anaphylaxis, right? Dude, stale tortilla chips sucks. Stale chips in general are nasty. Why? Why are you munching on them if they don't taste good? Are you okay? Oh, that's fair. I'm not most of the time either, let's be real here. Actually, I've been much better lately. Since I've moved in with Suwey, I've been actually okay most of the time. Before I lived with Suwey, I was not okay most of the time. Most of the time I was just masking and pretending everything was okay. Not that way anymore though. And I hope you can have that transformation at some point too. Because everybody deserves it. Oh, this is his own roof plank? Okay. Got it. Vernon?
Not wanting kitty cuddle time.
What kind of ice cream is that?
My ice cream.
What kind?
Sweet and salty caramel pecan. What?
It is a girlfriend hat. Yeah.
How conveniently. Not enough for you to have a little bit. It's very good.
I'm not that huge on it.
You're wrong. You're okay.
It's a type of vanilla. It's too airy. I don't like a super airy vanilla. It bugs me when it's too airy.
Okay. More for me.
Actually, if that sort of flavor I prefer. Okay, this is really cursed.
You are very cursed.
But the type of vanilla that is the flavor you have right now, I prefer to let it melt a bit.
Well, the Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me.
No. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. No, like, okay, so ice cream is made with aeration to it. And I don't like a super aerated vanilla. I like a denser vanilla.
Sucks for you.
It's a nice vanilla flavor, but it's just so airy. Really? You're not huge on it being dense? You're wrong.
I was more so meaning that this is good, so if you don't like it, that sucks for you.
It tastes kind of cheap.
Well, it's not that expensive.
Yeah. So it is cheap.
I mean, it was like $4.
For a full pint.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that cheap. That kind of has a really strong vanilla bean flavor, I think, is the issue.
It's good to me.
And I'm more of a French vanilla, not a vanilla bean type person.
It's okay to be wrong.
Oh no, I don't like it refrozen. It's just certain flavors taste good a little bit melted. When I was little, I used to stir it until it kind of became a bit of a slurry. And that's how I liked my ice cream best when I was really little. I like a really creamy vanilla. No, I'm talking like more of a slurry than soft serve. Like...
She's talking more like a milkshake.
Like a liquidy milkshake. Level. It's legit something I would do when I was really little. It was my favorite way to eat ice cream when I was really little. Cause then the chocolate syrup and stuff I put in it would like mix with it way better. When you eat vanilla ice cream, you're grossed out by the melted bits and don't eat them. Wait, really? Why? I'm still missing. Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. I'm sorry, I'm cleaning the Krusty Krab, and that's all I can think of. Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. But get the towel. Sleep is for the weak? I don't agree. You'd eat pudding? It's so different than pudding. Pudding is thickened. And I don't do this anymore. This is just something I did when I was a kid. I mean, I'm not saying it was bad, but it is something I did as a young child. Just like pizza that was left over. So you put it in the freezer. You let it freeze. And then when it's done freezing, all you gotta do... Oh, interesting. This just shows a road. Look, that reflection is weird. Shows that, even though that's the reflection. No, you just eat it straight. Like leftover pizza, you wrap it in foil, you put it in the freezer, and then you take it out of the freezer and eat it right away. 1 liter water, 1 teaspoon salt, 2 tablespoons sugar, 1 tablespoon fake vanilla extract. Tastes like vanilla ice cream and great hydration. Ooh. No, it's so good frozen. Oh my gosh, the frozen cheese. Like you... Frozen cheese that was previously melted. It's delicious and you will not understand. Probably because it's nostalgic. Vanilla Coke is good. I think. No. Cherry Pepsi is good. That's what's good.
They're both alright. I mean, vanilla Coke's okay.
Do they do cherry or like Dr. Pepper? They should do a cherry Dr. Pepper.
I don't think so. I'm sure they do with those like multiple flavor machines.
Yeah. Guys, Dr. Pepper, Coke, or Pepsi? Coke? That's the worst of them.
Is it?
Everyone's saying Coke.
Coke is better than Pepsi.
Oh, is it? Did I agree on that? I did? Okay. Dr. Pepper's the best one.
I agree.
It's Dr. Pepper. I don't really care for Pepsi or Coke. I just like Dr. Pepper. Because Dr. Pepper is much more like caramely, vanilla-y taste. And it's delicious. Mr. Cribs. Sweet mother of pearl, you've saved the day, so you have. And just in time for opening hour. I'll pay you straight away, so don't you worry about money. I've already taken it out of Squidward's wages. Say, you haven't seen me cook, have you? Young SpongeBob's gone missing, and these patties aren't gonna flip themselves. There you go. So, we are gonna end for tonight. We will keep doing the SpongeBob DLC on Saturday.
That'll probably be a later stream.
Dude, Dr. Pepper is so good. Dr. Pepper is amazing. You guys are wrong. Okay. You want the giveaway? I'll be pulling it in like 2 seconds. So what I do is when I end stream, I just slowly go through my tabs. Joopy want it. If they're still around, I say something. Otherwise, I will whisper them after stream. Dr. Pepper is your number 2 soft drink after Coca-Cola. Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is the only one I'll really get. If I get soda. I do like ginger ale.
Henry Weinherd Black Cherry.
Oh yeah, Black Cherry Henry Reinhard, but that's like really niche.
Yeah, that's pretty niche.
Oh, we had some A&W root beer the other day.
No,
yesterday. And it was so nostalgic. It was so good. I don't know what Dr. Pepper uses. Let's look it up. Dr. Pepper ingredients. It uses high fructose.
Most do. It's cheaper.
Yeah, I know it's not as good for you, but like it's so good.
It's made out of corn.
Apparently there's 23 different flavors in Dr. Pepper. What? HFCS? What's HFCS?
High fructose corn syrup.
Oh, it's okay. Yep. Dr. Pepper is so good. Anyway, so GP1, I'll go ahead and send them a whisper. Once I raid someone, let me figure out who I'm raiding. I ended up getting distracted and looking stuff up. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Menace. I appreciate it. Let's see who's live. Let's go ahead. Oh no, it's too late to raid Roll. He's probably gonna end in a minute. Let's see. Looking through my options here. I think I haven't rated this person in a long time. Yeah. I will drink water. Oh, XLM Socials does all of that, Dominic. So what I do is I do XLM Socials. Okay. Here are the raid messages. We are going to raid Nomac, super chill streamer. He's playing Dave the Diver, which is a game I wanted to play, but I can't convince myself to spend the money for it. So yeah. And I haven't gotten a review key for it. I've tried, but I got denied for a review key. Alrighty. We are gonna raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. I do have a Discord. If you guys want to join it, you can keep track of everything going on. And my YouTube, which on my YouTube I raid weekly raid nights, most of the nights in Final Fantasy. Like I stream them, but I don't stream them here on Twitch because they have swears and stuff going on. And then I play games. Usually, it's a mixture of things, but I do cover some games on YouTube that I wouldn't necessarily feel comfy covering on Twitch because YouTube gives me the option to censor it in case there's nudity. So, which I have actually censored stuff in the Yakuza 0 playthrough, so.
When was the last time you played that game?
It's been a while since I've worked on YouTube stuff, but I'm working on one project right now. It's almost done, and then I'll get to recording YouTube again.
Yeah, for reference, stream will probably be pretty late on Saturday.
Stream will be late on Saturday?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's going to be 114.
Oh gosh.
By like
okay.
5 p.m.
Well, we'll figure it out.
You might not want to be sitting in here on Saturday for a while.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out. I will see all of you on Saturday.